I'm focused. I've been watching for the omens. I've been listening to everything you said. It's been running through my head, locked and loaded. I got the feeling that you know it. Yeah, I've only just begun. I won't stop until it's done, till you're broken. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Flame it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Bigger they are, harder they fall.
We return to the dark. We return to Imric. In a dark space, becomes aware that he is walking. You notice, you feel your feet move before you notice your eyes open. You don't remember closing your eyes. You don't remember being restrained by the arms and unable to move those arms or even your hands. We return with Imric shackled by the wooden box. You wake not knowing where you are, how you got where you are, the weight on your hands, the feeling of dense wood, a wooden box holding your hands together. Slots where the hands would go in place relatively tight, even for a thin figure like yourself. You can see a scroll that you recognize, not from the immediate moments of the last day, but a wilted, almost skin-like scroll, not on your person, but in the wrappings of cloth on another creature that walks just ahead of you. Two giants, bodies 15 feet wide, flank you and walk just ahead of you. Their quiet, but still heavy-weighted stomps are almost like just quieter elephant stomps, being less than 10 feet away from you, the ground kind of vibrating your feet as you take steps, as they step. Scroll you recognize sitting out of the waist of one of these giants, in front of the giant, barely clothed. You see loose cloth wrapping around a black birded beak, around a figure that is almost completely covered in this fabric, relatively thin pieces, each about 4 feet wide, the same fabric that's covering these giants. Giants have a weird, even in the dark, you're able to see, is kind of a tinge of grey, kind of a discoloration to their skin. Or it's maybe prominent, but the darkness isn't revealing it to you. The giants watch as there is no movement from the head of these giants. They are seemingly facing forward on the path, but as you slow down, recognizing, kind of slowing the motion of your movement just for a second, you watch these giants curl a weapon around from the front of their body, which you were not in the purview of, a long golden scythe, but in the head of a moonsicle. It wraps around your box manacles and pulls you forward to keep pace with them. And not far away from you is almost like a pavilion-sized stairway. Only about 60 feet up, but maybe about a 50 to 55 foot wide staircase. Easily fitting you and your giant companions and that bird-clothed figure in front of you. The brick and mortar walls and floor feel very human. Simple designs and maybe even aged to a point where they could, given the quaking situation become less stable, and you're noticing these little sifts of some sort of powdered concrete dust you at certain points. And despite, as you start to slowly ascend these stairs, these giants' footprints covering 5 stairs at a time as they walk, basically like elephant feet. You're at the back, and quietly a voice becomes audible. At first it's very quiet, but your ears are cunning. Make me a perception check. That's beautiful. I like from behind.
Correct.
Yeah, we can fight that thing.
I got it, lads.
Giant music on. You hear Oscar's voice. The jinn who Shagami saved him. When we were about to perform his execution, no child was recovered, and only a shield containing a very smart Demodan was using his cover as an informant. Information gathered is something like twisted, or what it had been learning to barter with me, or its freedom from the shield. It told me all I needed to know. You're getting closer now. The noise, very recognizable, definitely Oscar's voice. They are unorganized, discordant, puppeted by the city, but not Isura. They have the support of the elves, but not the Sephra. So despite their elven army soon to arrive, our infiltrators have already crippled their divine support inside the temples. We need only... And then he pauses as you reach the top of the stairs.
Being common.
Yeah. What you arrive at, as his voice stops, and you don't think he's stopping because of you particularly. It's probably the sound of the giants getting close enough to him that they have alerted him. As you walk into what looks like a massive wooden chamber, a pavilion-like space. Green glass windows everywhere, walls, ceiling. Domed roof, with parts of the rim of that domed roof being glass, green glass. Large parts of that glass have fallen inwards, creating a sporadic amount of shattered glass on the floor. And at the very back wall, a large circular glass window with the bottom part of that glass 20 feet out of about the 40 feet of glass, also an extra 40 feet, so about a 60-foot glass mural. There's a little bit of light coming. It's clearly cloudy outside. The sky has gotten clearer. The intense smoke that has filled the sky has mostly disapparated, but there is still a kind of faint white layer. You're not able to see that, but you can see the distilled light that kind of shines in through the green window.
I remember seeing buildings like this in the city when we were flying through.
I guess the local might be the check to do.
Yeah, 14.
Okay, 14. Based on your awareness of the city, you've been here for nearly a month.
It's pretty large.
You
Time.
have been able to, in a matter of seconds, size up the tall roof, the large chamber, the unique style decorations. Obviously, this is a pavilion. Good chance, in your brain, this is a part of the Jewel Vault Bazaar. That really far corner near the air spires, super high-end. This building is tall, but not as tall as you'd expect for the Jewel Vault Bazaar, but in terms of actually locating a building like this, no, you have not seen one. Maybe just because that whole area is so cramped. The roof looks intact, pointed. You're assuming it's the inside of the roof's dome that isn't glass. It doesn't look like it's been painted in a number of maybe half a decade, and so the upkeep on the roof itself looks rather poor from the inside. Outside, you're assuming might be actually impressive. However, there is an interesting amount, even though the bottom of the back mural is broken, interesting kind of golden tree threaded through what is like these green glass have a lot of rings that all interconnect, covering, that's like the pattern of the glass itself, but then specific like back mural has gold instead of like a regular iron or steel ring form, and it forms out of these circular rings, kind of tree-shaped. The actual artistry of this room is elven. And even though it's hard to kind of see, there is the broken edge at the bottom of this. There is some sort of half-visible elven word. And you're social. You have to be assuming that you're in King's Bay just based on the architecture of the lower floor which you walked through. That brick and mortar is very, very human. Nothing like that the elves have kind of developed. And not to the same kind of lousy degree. At the back of the chamber, where that voice was coming from, you don't see Oscar. You don't see red-haired Oscar. What you see is, while you're with two giants, 4 more, 2 on each side, lining the outer walls of a kind of visible circular half dome that you've kind of walked into the middle of. So the back half dome. You're now noticing a singular glowing bright orange eye. Cyclops, undead giants. The fabric covering their bodies absolutely of a mummified creature. The amount of cloth and wraps that are over their body. And then at the very back, literally made from rubble of the ceiling and the back wall, a broken pile of rubble that has been half molded into the shape of a lousy throne, where you can see a singular glowing yellow eye of a creature that is much shorter, at least by 6 or 7 feet, than these giants. Still probably close to 12 feet tall. Slouched at the back with a hand on its head, kind of leaning down. You are basically just dragged forward, and if there is something you want to do, for about 20 more seconds you're dragged towards the center of what is the center of the back side of the dome, close to the back mural of green glass. And this one-eyed, clearly master of the undead before you.
Box shackles, sturdy.
Make a perception check, because perception is investigation.
Alright.
Wow.
Very
good.
Roll 2. Okay.
Curious? Perception allows you to notice.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. So great.
According to Pathfinder.
Survival, I don't think that really plays a spot in investigating a box. You're noticing that it's an interesting type of wooden design. The actual mechanism might be on the front of the box, which is the only reason you don't think that you could actively disable it by using your chin or something, because at least what you're noticing, this box is made not with sturdy nails or ruts. It is made seemingly of perfectly aligned wood pieces that are fit together in a box that you're assuming is just geometrically perfect for its design to be holding someone in place.
So there's half an elven word underneath the mural.
You notice Absar, the elven. That is the first part of an elven word, the elven word, which means queen. Or queens, could be plural. But It's a mural of some sort of a golden tree on the back wall, but there is no other elven iconography in this room. So it looks like this might just be designed the building in kind of a fashion. Could be visible from the outside, likely is.
It looks similar to the giant golden space tree that was seen into my mind.
No, a little more ordinary. The rings form the kind of down roots before the broken part of the glass mirror kind of cuts that off.
Have I seen pictures of the big tree in the city?
Oh, you've not seen it in King's Bay, which is interesting. Like, there's no elven pantheon worshipped in King's Bay. That being said, the Temple of Hesperus is a young elven god, which, if that's in your pantheon, in this land, there was just no recognition of it having elven connections at all. And you saw a temple buried in the Warhold that had the symbol of Hesperus, also no elven iconography. It's just very like humans just taking ownership of something that wasn't theirs. You know,
rat god.
Rat god. We made rats. Humans made rats because of our diseases and illnesses.
So true.
Rubbish. Rats. And our lack of caring where we shit.
Hello.
What do you do?
Let's go. Follow.
Okay. They are obviously still, you know, when you're slowing down like for a second to investigate the room quickly and, you know, doing a full circular motion, they are immediately pulling you and tugging you forward with the long, 10-foot long moonsicle. And you're 90% sure that's gold. And for them to carry it so lightly is not surprising considering their giant bodies. But you're also noticing like runic carvings across their chest that are not dripping with blood, but are certainly blood red, and are visible underneath the kind of pressed fabric that is just literally like mummy's cloth that is wrapping around them. And you get to the front, and that creature that was just smaller than everything else in this room, that was tiny, that was this bird-beaked, medium-sized creature, same sort of cloth, mummified fabric, but it looks a little, maybe a little newer, wrapped around its body. You see it turns around to you, and you see both of its eyes are glowing yellow, like every other eye in this room. All 5 other eyes, not the ones that are looking at you on the either side. Here, as it looks back at you, the voice from something sitting at the rubble throne talks, even though it looks at you. We normally kill your kind for sport, but our queen's interest is piqued, since we do not allow bargains to be struck with those who have already bargained with Abaddon. But we see your contract, despite it not being present, does radiate from you, and it is not a restrictive one, and thus only in your death are you taken by the Pact Maker. Your offer was alluring enough to us to take away power from the humans like that would be of great value. And you see the bird-beaked creature leans its what look like heavily burned feathers, basically nothing left but maybe the actual technical limbs of a humanoid bird creature. They look like basically bird fingers. Reaches up to the back of the giant's cloth and pulls out what you are noticing is the papyrus scroll, the one that you took or was allowed to be taken from the bear. Turns around and walks to the giant at the edge of the table. As he says, this will be of great value. Yes, our deal is finalized. The bird drops the scroll basically right at the foot, a step down from the foot of this rubble throne. Like, this looks like obviously some sort of large human pavilion area, and the roof had been blown out or shot and then concaved in to a small degree, only about a 15-foot wide opening in the roof, directly below, above where this rubble throne is. And then you watch as the bird walks back with something that you noticed was on the floor, but was also not visibly important. It was another box, just like the one you were carrying. But as it leaves the shadow of the corner and it comes towards you, you notice it's actually lined with like a very, very, very threaded, tiny layer of gold on the top of the box. Unlike your box, which is just kind of wood, just very basic wood. The bird drops the box at your feet, suddenly pushes its talons into the box that your hands are tied into right in front of you, and you hear 3 clicks, 3 taps on that box from the front of it. The box that holds your hands bound, you suddenly feel give in terms of pressure, and the top of the box slides off back towards the Tengu bird. Or not Tengu, no, it is a Tengu. And then you watch as the Tengu reaches over with its burnt fingers and pulls off what is just the actual hand lock that has kept your hand bound to the bottom of the box. Your hands are now free. The box that was holding your hands is no longer restraining you. And the bird walks away with that manacled box. Walks back to the foot of the giant, the Cyclops smaller giant, and you hear from the bird folk itself, because you're very sure this is, despite having a weird cadence that's similar to the thing on the throne, has a lisp. So very noticeably different.
What is it?
You hear, your thrall for this is a very hard bargain, but the hand of Odysseus will make in these strenuous times worthy. We will have to blindfold you and escort you out. Suddenly you feel the giant's throws off one of its arms a thread of the mummified wrap. The other giant catches it, and they just, between them, quickly blindfold you.
Get on the boat.
You sure can. Grab it. It's pretty lightweight, like it's maybe a kilo.
Sick.
And it's only, I would say, I'd say just smaller than a small dice box. And you get, your vision goes blank, and then suddenly you feel like you space out. Or at least there's another moment when you wake and you're walking again. But you didn't feel like you had any time between when you were blindfolded and now when you're walking and your eyes are opening and there's no blindfold. There's no giants around you, there's no stomping. Feel your person. The box is at your feet. All of your items are on your person.
With the box.
Okay, make me a DC 20 perception check. Yeah. Now make me a DC 25 sleight of hand.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Doing good.
So, now make me a DC 25 reflex save.
No. Actually, no, I can see.
Okay.
Nice. So no damage, because evasion.
Have a social like that.
Oh yeah, you have evasion.
I do. That's like
So, you... This is awesome that has this happen. So, box opens slightly to see what's inside. You just literally creep the thing open, and you don't see anything. You don't hear anything when you, basically picked it up. There was no rattling or anything. You open it more, nearly nothing, and then you basically are at the point where you're sliding the whole lid off. Suddenly you see from the very shadow furthest point of the box, something scummed down the back wall. Settling down to the middle of the box, suddenly it's visible. It's a little golden scarab. Jumps in. You catch it. Its little legs are clawing at you. It's not able to touch you. It's not able to get a claw on you because the claws were going out, going for your face, going for your chest, where it was aiming.
It was made of metal, or?
It looked like basically gold, but the feel of it was very light. Like maybe the gold is just a kind of reflective scale. It didn't have any metal or anything like that, but
should eat it.
It moved so fast, it didn't just seem like a natural beetle. You know, like creatures jump at you, that was fast, that's more natural, but it's scuttling. The speed of which the scuttle was quite alarming. Enough that it caught your perception, or awareness of.
No.
A little faster than an insect in the way you'd expect. And as soon as you open the box and close the box and begin to walk, you blink, your whole environment's different again. Buildings are just different. They're kind of all still destroyed, it's all kind of very similar. But you didn't even look back before. You didn't look back where you were, and now you look back and the Jewel of Bazaar and Air Spires are probably close to an 8-hour walk.
Yeah.
Now as you look back and you notice the distance, suddenly your legs start to throb. Just dully. Just a dull throb, like they've been walking for non-stop for like 20 plus hours. Your hands actually still have a very faint line of where that manacle's wooden box had kept your hands. So that it like still feels like it was real. Everything that's happening to you just feels like a horrifying, changing dream, and now as you are walking with everything in your person, but there's no box. Golden line scarab box is gone. What do you do?
Go back to the temple court.
Okay, so yeah, in opposite direction, you look at the small bit of golden firelight. It's now late afternoon, and you swear it was like early morning when you opened the box. It was either just about to be kind of like before midday, or maybe just like 9, 10 a.m. Not sure. You didn't even look up.
The last thing I remember before
You closed the box and took a step.
Heron grabbed me.
Heron grabbed you, started flying you towards that at night. Started to fly you towards that beacon of blue fire at the very top of the, basically a lighthouse temple for the cathedral. That's it. You remember looking down, fire radiating from around you, not hurting you, but still very visible, making you a kind of beacon. Eyes were like on the graveyard cemetery, the main area. You were just able to see all of the little people. Like that's how far, you're about 400-ish feet away, but you're also about 300 feet off the ground. So you were going in fast, noticing cannon blasts, and then just nothing. And then you're blinking and walking. And you were straight, and you weren't even, and it was, and at least from the ability to see the green glasses reflection meant that it had to be at least early morning, if not, sorry, not early morning, but morning if not midday. Then you blinked again. For a few seconds, you were in either the same time, like early morning, midday, or maybe just midday, and now it's late evening. You still feel like you are at least 20 hours away from Jonathan's temple. The length of the city, it took 24 hours to cross the shortest distance of the city, which is from top to bottom. This is all the way across. So you are using that as your beacon, your point of reference, and the buildings behind you. Do you just keep walking? Okay. You walk for about 40 minutes. You're very aware, very safe. And it's that awareness, that hypersensitivity, where you start to notice the kind of quiet scraping sound of certain quiet screaming noises, quiet, what almost sounds like a snivel noise, but from an animal, in different buildings, a house or two away from you. Because these streets are dead silent, it's just that noise, that distant Sounds like almost a destroyed building is causing itself to concave a little more. Make me a survival check. DC 15. 9. Okay. You move for another 30-ish minutes. You then begin to hear a sound that is reminiscent of the giant's footsteps when you were in the dark and in that place in front of those Cyclops giants. It starts very quiet, back in the direction you were walking to, the way you came from, but further towards the bay. You're kind of at the top half of the city. You're walking towards the Hypos Heights. What do you do? Okay. As the sound gets closer, you mean, or do you kind of get the high ground to then look for said sound? Because it's kind of quietly growing on you now.
Yeah, I'll come.
Cool. Okay. Maybe a perception check. I won't even make you worry about the scaling, because destroyed buildings are easy to scale.
Yeah.
Nice roll, dude. Nice. You realize when the sound gets close enough and you're still not able to get line of sight just because of the amount of destroyed buildings, that it's probably about six or so rows of buildings away from you, but the thumping sound is so aggressive. Now you're noticing it's probably because this creature is like full sprint running. Enough pressure on the ground, you're hearing down parts of buildings break, and that echoing crack sound that a wooden beam makes when it's completely crushed doesn't resonate through the alleyways nearest to you. So then you have to start jumping. I'm not going to roll for it, but you do get...
Thank you, I'll fail.
You do get... you tempt me. You make 3 or 4 buildings away, and you still don't see him. Rows of buildings away. This will make me another perception check.
24.
24, okay.
Getting there.
Quickly, you notice about 3 full, long industrial buildings away, there is a figure that just kind of crosses the front of your path, like ahead of the direction where you were looking at that sound. Crosses, obviously vanishes behind buildings. You caught it for a second, something at least 10 feet tall. Maybe the same height as that thing on the throne. Leaping, you move quick enough that you're noticing that there is a blood-covered half-giant, you're guessing, sprinting at full speed. There is a broken, what you're assuming is a great axe in his hand. There's only one side of it still remaining, covered in black goo of some sort, and a very familiar condition on his skin, where half of the skin on one half of his body is completely missing. You notice Prologue from the Fort Navram where you left him is now running from probably the Queen's Quarter through now where you are at basically the edge of the lumber and weaver's mill, 2 districts away from the Illuminated district. And you just watch him sprint, not noticing you. You are able to, because of your 34, jump in front of him and stop him. But
I'm cool out to him.
You call out to him.
Roller. Wait. What are you running for? We chilling.
You hear the footsteps continue at full speed, and then you yell his name a few more times, and you're keeping up with his distance, but via the rooftops. And then you slowly begin to notice that as he's running, there are things coming out from the most sound structures, and he is ripping them in half as they walk out of the doorway. Like, they are hearing his sound coming, they are just starting to exit. You're noticing these are null creatures, these are small rat monsters. The axe is like busting through the sides of buildings as he's walking by and he's not caring. Obviously destroying the structural integrity you're jumping from, but doesn't stop you enough, and you're definitely noticing that he's so focused on annihilating things. The moment he seems to slow down because he hears you yell his name, you see his feet grind. You see his body kind of lowers into a very low, almost tackling position. Somehow expecting your voice to be ground level, which you're not sure why. And he's not looking up at you. What do you do? You jump down, you're like hanging from one of the posts off the second story. You're half a story above him, but your feet are at his head level.
Cesar, what are you doing here?
You!
Yeah, me.
The last guy I wanted to see. Useless in battle. But it seems this place can make anyone a fighter. Be killing kids and furries alike. Dead, every one of those cursed puppets dead.
So he looks up at you, and he one side of his face that is covered in grey skin is like fully matted in a black thick hair.
He went dumb.
You see, he's out of breath, but he's like talking almost, and now that you notice, he's still not looking up at you. He looked up, he glanced up at you, but you notice that his head and posture is low because there is a sewer grate that's just missing, and there's just a hole in the road near the posse.
What happened with Full Niagara? Why did you get here so fast?
Riders, Thorn, Sir Tiuli, support mates, teleported us here. She's one of the archmages.
Just running around killing things?
She took me really far away.
You want directions to where everyone
Is
is?
anyone here alive?
Yes.
Is that the blue fire thing?
Yeah.
I was expecting that to be the battleground. I wasn't sure either way. Good. Okay, I was in the right path.
You see, there's a small, what looks like two-headed rat creature with a body just starting to climb out of the rat den. You notice it's like, oh, it's two rats. No, there's a human body on there. And you watch Gorman just split the thing down the middle. He's like less than 10 feet away. You see him dart in a matter of seconds. And that thing doesn't get half out of the sewer before he crushes, splits the head stem, connects to the center of the spine, and just watch that body fall back through, pulls it out, wash of blood missing you by a few feet.
Well, you're doing work.
That's not a problem for me. I've had days of rest. I was waiting for orders.
Very well. If you wish to follow me, I can get you up to speed on what's happening in the city.
We need to go. I mean, jump on my back. I'm so sure. Wait, are you faster than me?
I'm quite tired, so yeah, on your back.
You see, he has a few like leather straps, and you see he basically like kind of like those leather straps that a proper workman would have. But he kind of like pulls them back, and you jump on his back, and you just slide between those like leather straps, and he just lets him sit on your shoulder, on your thighs.
There you
Babies.
You are backpacked on the giant, and he charges through the streets. You see, he kills a lot less, but you're still noticing about every block or so, there's at least 6 rat monsters appearing. He kills about half. Before he looked like he was seriously just annihilating all of them, and that was only because you weren't looking at the street. Now you've been looking back now. That's a pile of carnage just on every road for the next distant mile.
It's farming for a little dog.
You
Got some game.
are watching him sprint faster and for longer than any creature you expect could.
Moki.
That's a horse.
Seems like the type of guy.
That has
He
3
seems like the
hearts,
type of guy.
3 hearts and 9 lungs.
I don't think people can't live with half their body immolated either, so
Still a creature.
Yes, yeah, there's something unnatural driving him, but you're just lucky that his temper is focused on the things that are actually threatening to him right now. It's not easier.
yeah, tell them about what happened in Kings Bay. Not boring with the nitty gritty details.
You're good, you're okay, you fill him in.
Tell them that Oscar's 2 people now.
Most people died. Most people didn't die.
Rat monster.
Do you tell them about
Meats are
the
gay.
Cyclopses, or is Imric coming to
No, I'll do that actively all at once when everyone's here, so never.
Fair enough.
Hell yeah.
Fair enough. You get all the way through what you expect to be 20 hours, you get done in about 9.5.
Wow.
But it's passes through the end of the day. You reach about 2:30 in the morning when that tower reigns bigger than most structures you've seen so far. And you're also noticing where the bridge that would lower the main merchant road, which connects from the Inspireway road at the top of the Illuminated District's exit into the path out of the city, that whole main road has been blocked off at the illuminated district upper echelon of the city, and it is now filled with interestingly similar Gothic frameworks to Jonathan's Cathedral Tower, but now it's just blocking that whole road, and it's building a kind of, not a road, but a almost structural ring with cornerstones around the illuminated district.
Around before urban planning was invented.
They are obviously Jonathan's by the glowing lanterns, which seem to be endlessly hanging, illuminating the kind of outer path around on all sides of that large structure that is being formed.
Oh, yeah, bro, you don't hate undead, right?
Right. I have a disliking, but I won't
Okay, you're not streaming, so I think it'll be fine.
stop the ghosts from helping.
Which is a weird thing for him to say.
Yeah, maybe he's got a few voices in his head, I'd say.
And we cut.
My life
As
into pieces.
you cut your line into pieces, as you reach basically the perimeter of Jonathan's main cathedral.
Roller taxi.
Roller does a one big giant step and just launches over the 15-foot wide railing. You see him launch with unnatural dexterity and grace, and he's a big guy and he's got the muscle, but that's the boost. This guy's cool, but that's magic. And we return to Oscar.
Let me know.
Oscar, we will now return to you being able to stand. Mad as fuck, I tell you. Being able to stand, Oscar, not feeling weaker than you were minutes before. You watch first as Razimir, as he called himself Raz, stands up and waves his hand through the air. Now here, your sword, which, if I may say, is very loyal. It took a lot of convincing to cloak him in the way I did. He was even invisible when you met your end, and Cerithriel returned you to the challenge. It may not seem like a mind you can connect with deeply, but its former masters, it has bonded with you in a way that's even deeper than Mandravis, and never got to meet the... See, he's beginning to rattle as he was doing before. I never got to meet the man full of the gods, which were consistently whispering at his side. My advice was to his grandchild, Robert Drake, for which he used to travel to this land, like his father did the first war against the fallen angel, and one of the reasons that this became my first true home. As Razimir drifts his hand through the air, you watch as a standing horizontal blade of Cerithriel kind of reappears, glistens back into a material, visible state.
Boy.
And you hear in your mind, as that material form becomes visible to you, you suddenly hear like crackling into your mind.
When I found him, the Creator's first iridium, I was told to head into the mountain and wait for you. He convinced me that you would find your own path and that my guidance would only weaken your confidence from the training he was given. But I did not step in. If I did not step in when you died, I'm just sorry I did not give you the support that you needed in the dungeon. This training showed me someday soon we can defeat Zonkuron. But that path is still long ahead of us. And eventually we should come back here to slay that giant. You hear Rasimir say, this staff that I have is corrupted by a dark god, and has been my burden to bear since the beginning of their fight. So I cannot travel, I cannot reveal to you the true strengths of this staff. I can give you another one of these. And with it, as he pulls off another small ring, one of the green, they were each glowing. The purple one melted in your hands when you died, but he pulls off a green one.
Died twice.
But with this, contacting me can be open for you. Know this, there are a few limitations. I can leave this place for a total of 18 seconds. The stain of this staff's corruption is hidden by my balance I bring. Leaving for 20 seconds reveals those desecrations and will alert the bad and the worse of something hidden here. That being said, this staff under control has many powerful abilities. Summoning those nymphs, which I guess you survived, is a fraction. Yeah, well, they're kind of cheeky creatures. Not something I can necessarily predict. And it's not the limit to this staff strength. Teleporting you, as you did when you grabbed it and washed ashore, was a gift I can bring to you again in a time of need. But please do not forget that I am not able to cross the plains as easily as your inner angel, which is the first time he's mentioned it. So traveling into Brawl's realm will be too difficult for me to support you from there. My wisdom for you will always be a whisper away, but for this and the favors I have already granted, I will need your strength if the time ever comes where I will be lost or losing in a battle. There is more to learn. There is more here to do. But the time for that is not available for us. And it has only been nearly 40 hours since you've left your friends, so...
What has happened?
I think that, luckily, your need was not as vital. But I would worry about your friend Imric and your friend Moki, where they both have small threads in their mind which are not healed properly. The Dark God did do a number on all of you. You were able to let a darker place form that dark thing out of you. Moki wanted to consume it. Imric tried to forget it. And Jonathan seemingly was fine.
So now, is there anything I can do? Is this something that
Some of them are probably still a surprise to them. Not that they have any control over their darker side, as you have now known. But it's all a part of his plan. A god that should have never gotten in contact with you. I would never have let that happen if Inspires stops. She made a call, and that call has strained the trust you can have in those people. But do not fear that their good side is still on your side.
trust them? It's not something out of do I can do it.
For the ring, for glory, live or fall, is the word you must mutter to contact me.
sure the benefits of that ring will also come in handy. And now as he dusts off the last of his clothes, he seemingly was sitting on his knees with this little tiny campfire around you and the liquid that he was preserving for you. It's time we go. I will be taking you to the nearest forest. Serithriel slowly just lowers down to your side.
To sound rude, but I can still use your clothes.
Can't do it, Sonny. Too much for me.
I didn't want to do this.
Pull skin off.
You see, he pulls off his blue cloak,
Flesh, no.
dark blue, and you see there are these very old threaded monk robes underneath. Still, as he pulls back, and actually because it's a hooded cloak, you see a bald head, weird kind of squiggled lines of black that go along the back of his head that form almost like hair streak lines, but he's definitely bald. It's like a tattoo of some sort. You can see strangely faint pointed ears. Very different from the Iridae that... They have large ears. These are large and pointed. Not long pointed, but just pointed. And you can see now eyes revealed. They are black. And as you look at them for a faint second, you swear you see 4 or 5 different pinpricks, which just are confusing because one's down at the bottom corner of his eye. Just on one eye, there's about 5 or 6 different, what almost look like reflections of a star in his eye. Black, coal-like, but see-through seeming. You see he strips down and reveals a faintly hairy chest. You see undergarments, what is basically a loincloth.
Ooh, bro, well done.
What is basically a slightly grey-skinned man. Very gaunt and thin, very shriveled. But like kind of very much like a real-life monk that has been meditating for a few months and hasn't eaten. It's just that almost desiccated tightness to his own body. And you see he almost looks fragile when he's pulling off this underlayer. I might be cold for a bit, but that's fine. Pushes I'm next to the fireplace, it's okay. Pulls down the waist. It'll be a little warm for you. Now that you've seen everything, so the cloak. Puts the head back over.
Never see it again.
You'll never see it again. And suddenly your feet land in the forest. And you hear, best of luck. And you look behind you to where he is, and there's no one there. You notice that this forest is absolutely the forest at the edge of the Inspireway Road. So very close to your city wall, you look at a different angle and boom, there's the city wall, there's the city gate. That's the path where you met. You're about 150 feet off the path where you met this group that caused so much chaos in your life. But the trees here, this was dense foliage less than a week ago, less than half a week ago. And now it is barely spotted with leaves. Every part of the trees look dead, dried, and wilted. Well, not dead necessarily, just dried out. A lack of constant rain, maybe no rain at all. But you walk.
Is the rain?
It's got a faint kind of green glow to it, but yeah, it's the same. Yeah. And you walk about 500 feet to the edge of the doorway of the gate. You are confronted by 2 fiery-looking tradition soldiers that are used to you wearing, in part, proper metal armored gear. Now you walk barefoot with proper, very, very old, and what you feel are basically threadbare, worn out monk robes. Cut at the shoulders.
As also
Because it is a larger.
This bracelet type ring.
Yeah.
I can use it as a closing.
You actually watched the first time you did it. It was that big ring, and then you put it on your finger as he told. He's like, put it on your finger, and it just shrunk down too. But it's that beautiful thing, and you put it on the back of your hair, and you feel it tighten more than you were probably hoping for. But then you're like, no, that's secure. That's tied down, and you feel a little bit of energy that it seemed to contain wash back over you. I felt it for a bare moment when you're still fatigued to some degree, and the wounds on your shoulders are still there. They're actually visible underneath the garments that you wear now, but they are not deep enough that you think will cause you any long-term damage now. They are basically just... And the scars heal, but fresh wounds seem to just close to a majority, and then become basically like almost invisible unless you were medicated.
I can still sort of feel it.
Yeah, you can basically, well, yeah.
It's you during that cave.
I am glad you made it through with minimal help. And you hear... Good work.
Yes, it seems to be.
There's still many different distant plumes of smoke, but in further areas of the city, not many too close to you.
Keep our eyes peeled.
You move up, the tradition guards, not until you properly breach the edge of the tree line and you make your way to the closest 80 feet to the front, where these tradition guards seem to activate their weapons, which cause them to kind of start lighting up with fire. That's a trigger warning for you to know that they are alerted by your presence, and you see they stand not solemnly, but quietly certainly, and just observant of their field of vision in front of them. They don't actually twist their heads to look at you, but you're sure they've seen you.
It's a lot of vibration.
Get to about 60 feet away. Then one of them puts the edge of a burning spear in the ground like a torch.
Outsider, are you from Caligo Hold?
I'm from King's Bay.
Is there someone inside the city who can verify you? Name?
Oscar.
Who are your city's representatives?
Captain Firefist.
See one look at the other who was not the one they're communicating, the other one looks at him. The one that wasn't talking says,
Apologies. We are just told that without proper registry, normal people that come to the edge of this city must have people on the inside that they can communicate with. We did not realize you were working under the captain. We will. And you see the one that didn't put his weapon down just bashes the bottom, the base of the spear against the door. The door, one side of the door, opens about 20 feet. You are welcome inside.
Thank you.
Oscar. Right there. You walk inside, and you see there are very much large numbers of guards. This part of the city, very close to the bordered part of the illuminated district, which you're noticing, you can see the outer walls of the structure, which has kind of been cordoned off. You can see there is about 6 groups of military patrols lining the 500 feet between that barricaded area and this opening. So you're noticing, close to 200 soldiers just making sure that the only gate into the city that looks still sound is well guarded. And you see Jonathan's structure, and then you see behind Jonathan's structure where the main main road is, which you're on, is now blocked off at some point. It's a full Gothic structure wall blocking the two towers, which were guard fortresses, which used to hold ballistas and now are destroyed. Those structures are kind of reformed with this Gothic structure to be support reinforced, and that blue glow illuminates all of that area.
No.
You hear You hear Cerithriel say,
Maybe head to the cathedral first.
We reckon we need to move quickly.
I think we all kind of need a day. When I think that we will have little time to truly rest.
Not necessarily fun.
Cerithriel reminds you one time that his magical reserves are able to be used every day, so his little bit of healing, he says if you need it, you need it, but if other people can have it, if it's a need, then give it. You are moving in at, I believe, you are at an evening. I mean, the evening that you left talking with him, it's probably close to 10 or 11 p.m. and the moon is visible. A layer of clouds, a layer of smoke, visible. Just the one, just the orange border. And you head to the edge of the structure where you notice there is a large number of Perdition soldiers gathered around the edge of the main cathedral structure, where the main gate is, and where the outer fence line, which is about 15 feet tall, and you hit the fence line and there's just no gate on a 200-foot radius around you, so you just have to start doing a perimeter. Walking around, finding an opening, finding that there's a little bit of traffic. You see about 3 or 4 people moving in and out between what is the main front area, which leads directly on the path straight to the guarded front door of the temple courts defended stronghold sanctuary. You don't see Jonathan on the outside, but you do see what is probably rankings equal to Hair and Fire Fist inside the temple's doorway. You see Captain Samantha, you see Captain Keith, Captain Keith, and then you see a very old captain, which one of the retired that you noticed right as you were leaving. Basically, because you didn't even enter the temple courts when the group did, you just flat ran out. One of the guards at that point was the also Sergeant Keth, which is the oldest Perdition Revenger, very old in terms of morals and ethics, but looks like ultimately he's standing on his morals when the city is dying. He's standing on his morals. So you can see him actively ordering around other lower-ranking knights, and ultimately it doesn't look like there's a need for him to be ordering them around. It looks like relatively late at night, unless he's telling them to finish their night patrols. Ultimately, it's relatively civil and it's relatively calm. And
Samantha.
you walk in and you see Samantha is actively talking with a few normal people, getting what looks like a report, and as you kind of walk up and near her, you see about 9 feet away, there is, kind of on the far side of the room as you're kind of scanning and walking in, you notice Sophia, and you notice your sister.
Alright.
Your sister still has black hair. Sorry. And
Okay, buddy.
you notice that they're just kind of eating roughly in the same space. They're about 15 feet apart, but you don't see the daughter, the horse girl, and you don't see the smoky son, but
The other horse girl, the hawk.
you notice the Captain Samantha walks
Sky.
walks towards you as she turns around and you're very close to her. All right, you're one of Heron's friends. Yes, your little gang. Group.
Definitely gang.
Jonathan, a part of your group, has defended us from 2 minor incursions of mostly living, but some undead gnolls. They're currently patrolling the outer edges of the Hyper's Heights and the edges of our illuminated district for more of those stockpiles of creatures. We've already located one, and I believe your fox friend is actually here somewhere, and he has another fox, taller. And she's like looking around and can't find him in the main central chamber. He might have gone to bed. I didn't keep an eye on him, but he had him, a taller fox man, blindfolded and gagged, and was carrying him over his shoulder, like a prisoner of sorts. But I'm not going to question your group. Jonathan is building outer perimeter forts, and they are functioning as medical infirmaries and small temporary residence supports. Yes, he's using them as also outer fortification for the basically blocking off and defending the entire illuminated district, which we've kind of only been defending the courtyard of the courts.
So he's holding.
He's trying to make. We've only just started sending them there, yes. And the king was actually not reluctant at all. He looked like he was almost not willing, but then he did it because Jonathan has aided so much of our. I need to show you something. She walks back outside the way you came and just walks left into the large cemetery graveyard garden space. You can see it's mostly actually filled with broken parts of buildings that are very near to the actual main structure. And you see deadlines for what looks like one of the smaller cemetery, smaller outer structures. And you don't even have to walk in there. You get to about 60 feet away from it and you start to hear the quiet, clicking of teeth, chatting. And then you can also hear this quiet, gurgle sound, which is very, to you, disconcerting, but then you're like, oh, grave, Jonathan. And then you get within 30 feet, and you can see from just the corner of the main bars, which blockade this, basically, what are they called? Not they're little cemeteries. Yeah, exterior small coffin rooms, yeah. Mausoleum. The tiny ones. I thought there was another word for it. I'm mausoleum. Crypt! Yes, it's a crypt. Fancy enough you might consider a mausoleum, but it's all stones and minus the iron bars, and you notice there's about 9 or 10 dormant undead just shoved in there, fitting very awkwardly but filled. And there's about 2 other crypts that have a full stocking of these. We faced the armies and then he brought them back. And he told me he can't use them, so he's leaving them as storage and tried to talk about selling them to farmers or something like that.
What sort of creatures did you find?
Mostly the furry dog monsters. A few rats, but they were humans as well, rat humans. There was some. They would come before, or at least one came before each wave. They had scrolls or tapestry or things on there that were obviously signals of some sign, but the last one that came, the last wave, had a letter talking about how that it was written in a language of ancient elves, but it was just telling us to run from this place and that the land or the rest of the city's land is slowly being dominated by another force. A force that they said were the puppets of a Desia.
Should be held in smaller groups.
If I tried to move them, Jonathan said they would try to kill us. And
John's creatures can be taken.
okay. So we need to get that under control. Okay. Well, he is apparently aware the moment the perimeter is breached of any of the buildings he's set up. So that means that there's a gated perimeter on the outer buildings, and there is a gated perimeter here, which he said rings a lot when these waves come. So it's kind of almost problematic for his hearing.
Secure. Take a note.
Just trying to think.
Powerful. Chief, he's not a captain. Sergeant.
I think honestly, Heron was the last one who gave us a report on that, and that was that there was some sort of like insectoid aliens there, but that was days ago, and we haven't heard anything about it since.
To the
Aren't they also filled with exits out of the city? How easy are they to secure? I did not think that they were. We maybe only have 50 or maybe less, maybe 30 men to send on any sort of mission like that, and that would be, if they didn't come back, they would be putting our strongest forces in a small amount of jeopardy.
we just want to secure outside.
Right? Okay. Yes, that's a good idea.
City.
I thought one of the entrances was also all the way at the far side of the city at Vaulted Bazaar. Okay, so we need to do basically an immediate mission out there to secure that. Okay, I will get a map quickly, and in the next hour, I will need your help planning out all of these openings so we can try to do our best to seal them. We have a new mage, she's from Seratuni. Rider's Thorn, the Archmage of Civil Liberties, I think. She apparently was in a council meeting for over a day in Seratuni. They were trying to discuss the amount of resources they could send. The Sephira returned to their council meeting and basically said to give them only the support, the barest amount, so that their city could remain protected, while elves send their army. And I only heard that there was a small militia being sent from Queen Nymeria, so I think the Sephira might have overestimated the amount of forces that Queen Nymeria is sending from East Haven. It's all suspicion, and there hasn't been any airships to arrive since Day 2, and Day 2's airships were all obliterated out of the sky.
This is on our own team.
Well, from the council meeting, it did sound like she really wanted to dominate us, which honestly, if this got us out of the situation, I did vote for it, but I do think that the Queen's allies forces will help, and so far there hasn't been any word from the Queen Reeves, and that has left the King a little bereft, but he seems to be holding his composure. And her actual ventures into potion making and medical supplies have actually been spread quite thoroughly. Already, before the destruction of most of Saloon Port, apparently her functional industrial warehouse where she's been doing these medicine cultivations is intact. So probably our strongest medical supply warehouse is still safe. But that is on the far other side of the continent, and the ones that were here and she points just to the far inside of the city. She says they will likely have no things left to be of worth.
Sounds like it's a dark.
Yes, I will get the map, and I will be back shortly. And she leaves. And we actually returned to Moki.
I was just judging this on how she was talking. How did Samantha see that she felt about the whole situation? Particularly we're taking orders from her.
Okay, great question. In the way that Samantha, I'm going to put this in the recording because this is good. Samantha, at least from Oscar's. Actually, you know what? For Oscar, make me an insight check. Make me an insight check to understand Samantha while she's been talking to you.
So,
27. Okay. Her ability to cover her emotions has been fatigued, because you're assuming she might have been awake for, at this point, over 35 hours. You've walked with soldiers that walked for basically 6 days straight. Like, you've seen the various amount of fatigue. A proper soldier, Samantha, woman, man, there's not that much difference in the amount of duration that these soldiers already trained to their peak can be in their, in their armor full time for. She is already what you assume is kind of like a 2-day full level of fatigue, just in the way that it's really hard for her to cover how she sounds and her emotions, how she is able to cover certain fears. You can tell she's not frightened of Jonathan, but she's so suspicious of his motives that everything she tells you about him is with a question. And as you've been talking to her, you are very much able to tell that even the command chain, which you can't tell if she's really leading it, but you can tell that it's fallen apart enough that there's some panic behind her eyes, that she's covering with, a disciplined level of stubbornness kind of thing. And we move to Moki, away from the panic, to the sound of miners. Likely there's a few of these men are actually from the mines, and the king. Rewinding about a day from Emmerich and Moscow.
Sure, nothing colossally bad happened to that though.
It was fine, both sides. That wouldn't happen.
Tink. Sound of shovels grappling, grinding under the dirt hard. Very distant at this point for you. You and Ray have detoured. You. Make me another perception check, DC 20.
You're good at these.
Followed by a survival check, but I'll tell you that.
You're good at these.
After.
We'll have a look around. 17.
17, okay.
You fail.
So you failed the DC 20. So it's only...
Let it look better.
What am I looking for?
You were told to basically investigate the buildings around here to make sure that there weren't threats. Ray detoured from you maybe 30 minutes ago. You now see Ray. Ray is multiple streets away from you, and you watch him crest through a side alley, multiple streets down. You notice for a split second that there is something he's carrying. It's too hard to notice what he's carrying, but he's holding something that's big on his body, like a sack or something. And then you lose sight of him. He's probably not 3 blocks, but 3 rows of buildings away from you.
What's that?
I say that an eyeball just appears on my cheek. And I'll do another perception check, but for my familiar this time. Just 20.
That's a plus.
Yeah, the plus ability is disgusting.
You are
Can we just save on fire?
You are feeling a tightness on your jaw, like skin has been pulled, and for a moment it's very hard to move your jaw. You realize that there's something emerging from your face, and as you go to wipe it, it feels like it moves down under, and it actually starts to look behind your head, around your neck. It's not looking towards your head. It's not looking towards where you saw a shape of a fox man, where you're like, that was pretty sure that's an orange creature. That's right. This thing, and then as it looks behind your head, and that in itself is very hard to see, but you're like, oh, there's a tendril emerging from my face, and it's looking away from me.
Feels comforting to me.
You are feeling immediately after
So disgusting.
an emotion of
Paranoia?
you would say probably mixed with dread. Paranoia mixed with dread. Like a sinking kind of weight in your chest.
Watched. Turn around.
Turn around, and you see a row of dark wood houses You see distant destruction. You make me a survival check.
Okay.
If you want to make 2 rolls for your creature as well, you can do that.
My survival is +4.
This is side
My familiar is +7. I'll do that. My dice for I will be my familiar, and the blood will be me. Okay. I got a 7. He got a 14.
Okay.
You bet.
So, even with a 14, you notice that tendril moved down your neck, down your chest, down underneath your third kind of piece of leathers and fur on your shoulder. It moved down to the edge of your arm. Where your arm is hanging down, you notice your eye, you now notice hanging from your arm is an eyeball, attached to a black coil. In a matter of seconds, you're noticing that this thing exists for the first time, and you're noticing it is staring down at the floor, and it does take you a second to look away from the eye emerging from your arm, and look at what looks like maybe several dozen tracks all overlapping on each other. It's hard to tell how many. This could be 6 tracks. This is gravel and bits of cobble that has been moved aside, not carefully. They look like dragged footmarks. Feet that are, even for your perceptiveness, you're not needing to really check, but these are wider than human feet in terms of dragged groove marks in the ground. And they're walking, and they're just moving in a direction. They're not any building nearby. They're just a part of a path that you were very close to, but you didn't notice the amount of foot traffic that looks relatively recent, at least within the last day or 2.
Ray should be okay. I'll follow the path.
And you have to walk away from where you saw, or where you think you saw Ray.
Yeah, he big chillin', he's fine.
I love when Moki goes off on his own. Only good things happen.
I only have my own company, my familiar route, and the visits of my father I occasionally see.
Yeah, you're discussing doing
How could Bloppy have been a better character than this? I don't understand how you managed that.
But luckily, you don't even need to roll anymore, because you failed so badly.
Nice.
Fucking garbage.
I mean, you were okay at the start, but you as Moki failed. So the feeling of a type of alertness/fear from something that's inside you that feels connected to you but does not feel like it's innately you does resonate with a similar heavy weightedness inside of your chest, that kind of dreaded fear. And it does so as you're walking past what looks like a statue. You see, for the first time in the city, a part of the city that you're probably sure you've never been down, but there's so many areas of the city which are just bafflingly different to everything. You're noticing specific dwarven structure, a well-built building. At first you're like, it's a temple. No, it's like a shrine room, a memorial almost. You see a large statue of a dwarf with a hammer basically raised. The hammer is lined with gold, but it's raised, and it looks like it's about to axe a piece of polished stone. You see a stone that you've actually found before. Imric had tiny ones of these. This is a probably nearly 4 foot wide, large chunk of polished bloodstone. A stone that, remember, Imric said at least could remove wounds or diseases from people, and it's just there. And it's got all of the veins of blood in it. You watched Imric use one of these before, and it sucked all of that blood color out of the stone. So the fact that you can see blood in that stone means that and it's just like a statue. It's part of the statue, but it looks like polished stone.
Okay.
And in fact, I'm pretty sure you did pick up from one of the undead. You picked up an axe, or or a weapon, but it's fragile. It's
Yeah, a red axe, which is working.
perfect condition. Yeah. You notice that further towards the back of that chamber, there is statues of dwarven women, like that looks like more medics. So, shrine to a dwarven forger and a bunch of basically healing dwarven women in the background.
Dwarven healing house.
Either this is a small museum for dwarves, which from what you've been hearing from around the people that have talked, there is some innate history with dwarves in this land, dwarves building structures underground. And then you hear footsteps. And it's a relatively dark chamber. You see that chamber is lined with curtains, and it has one cave-in, not around the front of the building. Though the front entrance of the building is caved in, a side part of the building is caved in as well, and it looks like it's caved in through the inside, but it's part of the roof.
While eyes appear around my body.
And you
Around
notice,
vision, you can't be flanked.
you notice from inside the temple.
So,
You notice from inside the temple, the footsteps get closer and closer to you, and then you see something, a human, curving around the statue of the dwarf, which is kind of sitting at the front of this museum temple.
I look shut over the eyes. They're strict this person.
You watch the person walking out like a very lethargic, or just like sick, or just malnourished. Like this person is basically dragging his feet, but there is irises. It's not a zombie. And you notice one hand is, it's like a long, almost like the remnants of a fancy suit jacket, blood covering the arms. Like, not fresh blood, stained blood underneath, and then you can see there are large, like, actual serrated gash marks through the kind of, what is basically a white jacket. And then you see in his hand, on that arm that's been heavily carved into, you see he is stabbing the inside of his wrist, and he is, as he walks out, stumbling, blood is slowly leaking out of his left arm, and he is ripping through the inside of his arm as he walks out towards you.
Sir, stop. Are you okay?
He's saying he's groaning or releasing noises in pain as he is splitting the middle of his arm open with what looks like maybe just a dagger or some sort of kitchen knife or something not even visible. It is through his hand fully, and it is just ripping through all of the inside flesh, pooling blood behind him.
Are you trying to do that, or?
And there's nothing behind him. I mean, you actually think you see bones in the distant corners of that room, but there's been bones everywhere you walked.
Does he look scared?
He looks like out of it, like you've seen. What would be the best example? Like kind of like how you've seen some of the people that Oscar's come back with. Some of the soldiers when you first met Oscar, that kind of incredibly worn out look, such heavy bags under the eyes, but he shouldn't have that much strength in his body to be able to rip through if he's that fatigued.
I'll walk closer and try to stop him.
Okay, so you walk, get within 10 feet, and you hear him say, I couldn't stop. And then he just kind of collapses into your chest. The dagger just falls out of his arm, lands on the floor, and his body is just unconscious, limp against you. It's bleeding heavily. It's a body that's leaking thick amounts of blood across your chest, across your lower horse body.
Will he survive?
Humans are surprisingly durable, but this man inflicted so much damage to himself, damage that you don't think he should have been able to inflict onto himself, that this becomes an unknown. That idea of him surviving, he's done more damage than humans or even centaurs could physically. They were rolled back unconscious. blinks to your mouth. Waiting. I was. And then you hear behind him. For the first time. You notice behind not visible parts of the temple to you so far, there is slowly shoveling about 15 current bodies just slowly walking, mostly undead gnolls, mostly there's a few humans, some look like children, and they're just starting to shovel, following the line of blood that this man has walked out with.
Oh, yeah, just
Moki.
Day away.
oh man.
Oh,
Moki about. Actually, you are a day away.
go day away.
Right.
This is basically the morning, and you arrive that night.
Just back in time.
Could you?
About 18 hours we're going back in time. Curtains that weren't ruined blocked something from your eye line that now begins to, these creatures shamble, is that the word? Shamble. Thank you. God, my brain. Shambling forward.
I'll sing a play.
Moki. Mind is struggling with the voices of your father, but as a very combat-aware creature, you tried to fight an army of these guys by yourself. You lost because of the number of them. Now you get to make a choice. Stand and fight and likely die, thin them out a little bit, but ultimately lead them either to your daughter, to Jonathan, and the barely defended group.
Right.
Am I right?
You don't know where was. You know the direction Ray was going, which, at least from your perception, is more towards the path of your daughter, towards the defended temple courts. Or you're sending this small army towards Jonathan, 5 humans, and 2 perdition knights. A lot of humans versus no humans.
Random.
John could just and end it.
But you have seen him just switch the tide of war with a command, but that was on the first and the last time you've seen that was in the Fae, when you were rescued by centaurs. So
John says he can do that, he actually can't.
you don't know the limits. That's your difference. And you start to see dog monsters, bigger creatures, and then one creature that you've never seen before in your life. A one-eyed eye socket that just hangs. A giant. A Cyclops, undead.
Oh shit! I love giants.
Oh, the fight bits.
Hyena dogs that you remember.
Oh shit!
And they're not moving fast. They're shambling. But you've got the body that's covered in leaking blood.
Does it look like they could move fast? Shit.
They're undead. You've seen Jonathan just go move fast and they would just run.
Okay.
You think that they have probably unlimited stamina. The fact that they're not running means that there's likely no command here. But that's a guess. If there's a command here, they'll be on you like that, and you're waiting for that. You don't know. You've got 6 seconds now to decide what you're doing. If you're even taking.
First thing I do is a barely conscious bleeding corpse. I throw it into the horde.
Hell yeah.
Waiting for
There you go. Just as far as they can to do the
make me a athletics check.
There's not a thing.
Oh dear, sorry.
Strength.
Okay,
Like
this is
ranged attack.
Ranged
attack.
Yeah, I can do that.
You were good at those.
Yeah. Can you add your strength modifier to your range attack?
You add your dex.
Okay.
I mean, thrown weapons, you add your strength.
Realistically, here's what I'm going to say. If you're trying to get it as far back as possible, then that's a dex. But if you're just trying to throw it hard at something...
Do I use the range attack modifier or just straight dex? Use one that adds my attack bonus.
That's the difference. Are you throwing it at a creature towards the back, or are you throwing it just...
giant.
Okay, so he's at the back. So you're throwing it at the creature at the back. That's a ranged attack roll.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Okay. So 24 is your hit.
I need to roll a 13.
You do this.
15, 26.
And you watch a part of his back just crack against the undead creature that looks like it's just got one major arm bulk moving forward, and that creature hits. You watch as the body falls down, and you see the undead just reach its arm down, grab the creature by the leg.
How did that happen?
And then you're about to watch this kid like Attack on Titan just get pulled apart by these undead.
Back up.
You back up.
Are they rushing or getting faster?
You see a large group at the back, more than you saw before, quickly converge. Quickly converge on this one creature, and you genuinely watch the big Cyclops giant raise the leg of the kid up, and then you watch other zombies just start to bite into this thing as he's held upside down and his spine's cracked, and the horrible sound of him dying is very visceral in your mind.
That giant is the only giant.
You keep continuously watching. You watch. It started at about 15 visible, and it's nearly become 30.
There's only one giant dead.
And so far that you've seen, it's one giant.
What's this thing?
Yeah. So
Definitely.
you hear that body get viscerally ripped apart and devoured. That was alive. The creatures at the front did not stop their movement forward towards you. The ones at the back all seemed to gather, but there was about 5 at the front. There's 5. Including the dogs.
I'll rage. He's angry.
You know that if maybe you lasted effectively 3 rounds against 9, there's 30 here, and they might be you've separated them into technically 2 waves, but if you can't annihilate these things in, in pieces, then they will.
Well, half of them are dealing with that thing back there.
That
For like what, round 2?
for basically one, you've separated them by about 1 round.
Okay.
Which for the hordes
I just need to kill him fast.
you dealt with hordes that were coming about every 2 rounds before. Moki is wise. I don't think Moki thinks he can do this, but
I think finding a tree would be good, and going towards John.
that is what you want to do. That might work. So, I want Moki to make me. Where are we here? I want you to make me quickly survival checks.
Okay.
I want you to make me 2 in a row.
Okay.
This is DC 15 to keep from getting lost and avoid natural hazards.
Should take it down.
Keeping your active movement speed going regular backwards while you're attacking.
Oh, in there.
13.
Okay, so roll. Did you roll 2?
My familiar is away with that.
Two. This is over a number of.
Oh, 23.
Beautiful. Okay. So the start is where you're going to struggle. That's when you're retreating. I've just done that roll as a preparation for while you're retreat attacking sort of thing. Because the moment they exit they look like they're about to exit the doorway, so they start to actually move at a proper speed. And you're guessing that this could be because your body is now at the front, it's covered in blood. Your chest is currently matted in fresh blood.
Yeah.
And the undead haven't been drawn to you just because of that before. They've been drawn to you because you've like raged and run at them. This is the first time that you're like, well, there was no signal, so it has to be something that has just happened to me. It has to be the blood.
As you rage, spurts of blood do come out of any wounds I have, and I do have like a pocket-sized wound in my stomach.
Well, difficult terrain does slow them down in this main broken area here, but they are basically now currently 1 round away from actively, because you're not moving up to them, you're way back.
Does my familiar share my initiative, or do I roll for it?
Roll for it for me, because it is technically at the edge of a different horde.
You're right. Let's see, what's initiative?
And what you said, 23?
If these guys are speeding up, they're probably, I'm going to trust that they don't have that much room to speed, and I'm just going to go. Nah, I probably can't throw anything at them. Yeah, I'm just going to move 2 movement actions, I'll go 80 feet this way. Count it. Towards John, towards wherever I think John is actually.
Okay.
Count it.
Let's say it's that way.
Oh, okay.
Let's say it's that way. Just so we can use the map. effectively.
No, I'm just on the
You
edge.
can push yourself as far as
16 squares, brother.
Okay.
Count the squares out, Keter.
I have too much
Oh, yeah,
movement
yeah,
speed, it
60
doesn't
feet
matter.
60 feet rule and then plus 20.
Okay,
You're
move
pretty close.
60 feet.
There we go. You know, like a catcher. Nice.
So you move 7.
Well, I move. There we go. Pretty much
There you go.
Right at the edges, right at the edges,
my hero.
Okay. Put myself on camera.
Running away, bro.
You're not on camera. You left.
Left.
You left the fight.
Run away. Like an intelligent individual.
Okay, fine. Be smart. Run fucking over here.
Okay.
Well, at least they can't shot.
More difficult terrain.
That is more difficult terrain. And by the way, these creatures have a 20-foot movement speed.
I should have like our Kool-Aid man.
Well, I don't know that yet.
You don't know that. You did see them.
That's why I moved. That's why I'm moving 80 feet instead of 120.
They were basically doing 5 feet around, and now they're doing visibly 20 feet around. So you are just noticing. So it possesses.
We'll just attack the giant and just make sure, try to get all the undead to stay where it is.
Okay, so there is only one null undead in very close proximity to the giant. It turns around and attacks the giant.
Yeah.
5 feet. Okay. I want you to make an attack roll for me with a, let's say it's the weapon. So that's a +8 hit. Or it can do a bite, or it can do a claw, but they're lower.
They'll do its weapon.
Atrophied hand swings with a weapon it shouldn't be able to hold properly. 20 is literally its AC.
That's good.
You now roll me a D8 +3.
6.
Okay. You see your creature. Can it convey emotions to you while it's not in you?
Oh, yeah.
Ground.
To a mile.
It conveys fear.
That's fine.
That's it. So you know you did 1 point of damage.
Let's go.
As long as that group of undead stays there, it's fine. That's its turn. Now it's my turn. I'll just full run to where John is.
Now you're gonna full sprint.
Yeah.
Okay.
After... I'll wait until he dies and then run away.
Okay, so your creature will basically etherealize once its new body is taken out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, once its body is taken out, it will and come back to me as fast as it
These are all basically instinctual commands. When he isn't giving it, it seems to be reflexively doing it like it has an understanding in your brain. That is you. It's like you are a separate entity. You're feeling separate emotions that aren't directly based off your own current perceptions, which is quite nauseating just to have for the first time in your brain. It's like hearing your father, but now you're feeling something else in the same way that you were hearing your father. You're now just feeling emotions that are slightly foreign. Slightly.
Yeah, so if it doesn't, then it just goes back to its normal form, and I don't think, can they hit at AC 29?
The one that you've been trying to possess can.
Okay.
And you
Well,
drop it in the middle of it.
run away, and then it will...
Okay, but it's material,
Yeah.
and it's surrounded by all of them.
Yeah, and
So
it can just
the
run away.
first time it uses the ability then drops. Is that what you're saying?
Think so?
Because you're basically saying that it only uses that ability to possess things.
You're only got Matter Draw once today. But depends on what Matter Draw does.
Does that mean you're still incorporeal for the next 14 minutes? What does that mean?
Magic doesn't make you incorporeal.
Spell
It puts
ends
you in
when
a
you
gym.
leave a body and do not invade another within 14 minutes.
Great, so you're still incorporeal, so I don't have to make attacks on you, and the +9...
Then it will be like a little bitch fairy and just wave around them and attract them like a little ball of light, a bunch of cats.
Gross.
Okay. Alright. Well, unfortunately, you don't have a distance with this thing's emotional connection, so you can't distinguish what it's trying to tell you.
That's a mile, but yeah.
You can sense it within a mile, but you can't distinguish what its emotions mean within that mile.
There are many
No, we can
reasons why.
empathetically communicate within a mile.
Right. So what that means is that you're able to tell its continual figure. You said you're going at full speed?
Dashing. pretty
Dashing.
much.
Okay. So 20 minutes becomes 10 minutes. Your familiar is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
And we return to Jonathan, who has basically in the last 3 hours just set up the first barricaded Gothic structure, basically an apartment complex that has slotted in the gateway of the first main gates in the city of the Merchant Row. You have been designating to these excavations.
Rescue an apartment complex.
Basically,
The outer walls.
or I guess
Make apartments.
we'll make infirmaries in the outer walls of the least defended area.
Actively damaging. Let's put all the sick and weak people there.
And you,
barracks.
well, you know, it might not be the sick and injured, you know, maybe not. And about every 20 minutes, Jonathan, you hear the sounds of hoofprints. They get close. They get close fast, and you're not even on the side of the building of which you've now started to do a patrol around. Not your structure, not your one you just made, but the one that you're next kind of scouting, the next area of debris which has slowly started to be excavated out and dumped off that cliff wall very close to you. That cliff wall is only about a 30-foot tall cliff, so it's not huge, but that's certainly enough that you could pile debris for a while, and along an entire side, that's a fair amount of space. The horse moves very quickly. Moki, make me a perception check to try and find Jonathan.
That's good.
You're gonna have to beat 17.
22.
Okay. You are aware that Jonathan is in a ruined part of a building, second story, overlooking the debris of what excavationists are currently piling and moving and rubbling.
The undead behind me? Or like, I've outrun them.
You've certainly outrun them. You've lost any sound of them. You have no idea now if they're moving towards you. You're feeling an emotion that is still that same sense of fear 10 minutes ago from which you left. So, but you see Jonathan before you connect back with this creature.
John! What?
Look down to your right and see on the side of the main, out of roads, connected to the main road.
Yeah, I'm interior decorating.
See Moki, and you see his chest below the ab line is just covered in fresh blood.
Classic monkey.
John,
Fresh red.
I encountered a horde of undead within a dwarven healing house.
That is unusual.
They were dormant until I happened upon them. Quite slow, so I ran them, but they shouldn't be left wandering the city.
Jonathan, you see two men
Wraith,
ahead of you
still back there.
with their shovels grinding out the rubble from the granite road. They look back towards you, look up. They look to you with slight concern because Moki's a very loud voice to kind of echo after there's been quiet for about 30 minutes.
Alright, we should deal with them swiftly.
Alright, men. I need some of you to volunteer to help me deal with the undead.
You see all of the men stop.
There are around 30 of them.
You see the king.
Yes, I help it. Push up rumble. It's like a machine.
That is now there.
If you want to kill the other guy, I feel like you could.
I know.
That thing is doing the majority of those. These soldiers are basically leaving, getting all the base gravel bits that are like 1 or 2 inches off the ground.
We ended the session with me costing a sculpt corpse to make it like a plow machine.
Yeah, basically the head of the dragon has become a plow. Jonathan see that the king looks haggard after he's been working for about 8 hours straight. The other men look like they've been working for about 10 at this point. And you see most of them are currently wiping a lot of soot and sweat from their brows.
80-year-old kid.
And you see he's like late 60s, okay, Jesus. And he can still do stuff, And
Why isn't he fucking administering his goddamn
you
title now?
see 2 British knights that look like relatively middle class. They were probably still relatively young when the attacks began, but they've undergone proper actual training, unlike a lot of the new predictions. So they just stand at the main. When you say we'll need people to face, they face the exit from which Moki came. They immediately line the road which Moki ran from. So you just know they're ready. They're already put into. They've put themselves into a position fitting for something that is an observational.
All right. Since I am going to go deal with this, please have a break. You all look exhausted.
Okay.
The king says, I have bought a small. Well, it's just fruit. It's in the bucket. Go grab one each. So I want the apple. Oh, is there bananas still?
Yeah,
They're all put down.
They spent a lot of money on that bucket.
It's like, I need smoking
Leftovers.
Let's get the best.
15 gold in the bucket.
Also, the new
Apple light is safe, but bananas, that shit is...
Yeah, most of this stuff is coming from Jonathan's residence, and they're just stealing it.
Nothing can be taken outside of the thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can't steal.
Beautiful. So I was wrong. So the king. This is the only reason I thought.
Bread.
So the king
Stale bread.
says, "Dude, look at the bucket. And there's nothing in the bucket."
He's going to see
And all of the miners are like, "There's nothing in here. I was full of food."
Yes, the new structure is a new barracks for you all. Please enter. There'll be food enough for all of you.
There's enough bananas for 240 people.
The king says, Lord Jonathan has made us a temporary home while we do these renovations. Please enter his new building.
150 beds in a giant pile of bananas.
If you want to take a bear, I'm sure you can, but just make sure you pat down the bed afterwards. You're covered in dust.
He says as these men walk past, and a lot of them actually seemingly brought mining gear with them. None of that was supplied. They've all just took their own stuff. And you have Moki, 2 Perdition Knights, your dragon, here. So the 5 of you, what do you wish to do? Ray did not come back with Moki, even though Ray left with Moki.
You can find those.
Alright.
You can wait so I can.
You have to wait, what, 12 hours?
Alright.
Dragon. Michelangelo.
Yeah, so they're like a ninja. That's,
Let us prepare. Deal with this mess.
It's like, I don't have arms, I just
Send
have
to the
plow mail.
soldiers. Name soldiers.
Lieutenant, Unleth.
Lieutenant?
I'm one of the newest ranks.
Lieutenant Unleth.
If you die horribly, Mr. Unless.
I recruit Mort.
Let's see.
Mort.
You two are very brave
Come
to
here.
come on this mission.
I mean, we didn't think we would be needing to, but okay. We're kind of already fatigued, but we
Alright.
can fight.
For this, I recommend only using your bows. Don't get close and stay a good 50 feet away from the enemy.
We have mechanical bows, yes. Well, we'll get them ready to go. Does your building supply us with ammo?
Unfortunately, nothing can leave the building.
Okay, so for the 2 of us, we've only got 40 rounds.
Alright.
See some of them. So they basically use a half-broken barrel on the side of the road to just slot in all of their spare arrows.
We'll take it with us.
Up on Michelangelo. We'll go faster. Moki, lead the way.
I just walk behind.
Trust me, it's faster. Plus, you're untired. I will assure you it's safe.
It's just hard to get on.
I wish I could walk, but my 2 front legs have been turned into a
I
plow.
will help you out.
The knobs that just literally push forward. They do. You help them a little bit, but they don't find it comfortable, but they find it manageable to at least get on, and then you begin to move. And Moki, as you're now walking back in that direction, it only took them about 3 minutes to mobilize.
That's good.
And then about that 3-minute point, as Jonathan and the dragon, you begin to actually move forward, you see a little black, seemingly like an orb, just like a splotch of darkness in the street that just moves forward and forward and forward, and just seems to run into Moki in the front. And you're like, oh, my eye has something in it? Or did Moki just absorb
What a normal experience.
little pinprick of darkness?
Let me make this realistic. If I roll a 2, because I always do with this perception check, that's a 6. Alright. Yeah, let's go. But I'm gonna say it's a 6, because I always roll fucking work. So, it's blurry. It's like, man.
You're noticing basically a dot in your eye.
And then my black spot. I'm gonna be black spot.
It moves quickly and it then disappears, and you're like, okay, it's gone. Which is great. And you walk for 5 minutes. Moki, are you rushing?
So trying to rush them, which is just taking pace with them, but like trying to push them.
Without actually having limbs to walk on, it's going to move at a 60-foot speed. So what you are expecting, Moki, is there to be some sort of immediate transmission of information or communication, because it's just been constantly pinging a small, subtle fear response out of it connected to you. And now that it gets into you, it no longer feels that fear. And then you feel nothing out of it.
Okay.
Great. So, great is familiar. We walk 5 minutes more, and then you start to hear this distant grinding in the street. Not visible to you, but this like very quiet grind, inconsistent sound. And then you actually move past the street by accident, thinking it's further down. But it's one of a smaller, basically a 20-foot wide, a space where the dragon's body in its new form can barely squeeze into it. And there's just a mini army, at least 40. Moki, you counted 30. There's more here than you saw right before you sprinted away.
Lord, go bigger.
Made a wizard.
I see. You see at the very back of that is, while there's a lot of humans, you see a few children, various states. Some of them have weapons still sticking out of them. A lot of furry creatures. You notice 3 hyenodons that are undead. These are all undead. 3 hyenodon, let's say they're direwolf-sized dog monsters, but flesh, kind of half-torn away. And at the very back, a lumbering, much slower, obviously that's why he's at the back, but a one-eye monster. That eye is like pulled out of the socket and is just kind of hanging down like an anglerfish. A faint little bit of light.
This is kidnapped.
That's Kev.
Can I do a history check on this one-eyed giant?
Yeah.
Do a local check for me.
Local? Alright. Just for like what type of creature that was when it was living. That's what I meant.
2.
4.
You're really good at this.
I'm so good.
All Jonathan knows is that
Jonathan, the all-powerful, almighty.
the edge of Brantgate and what is now considered what is now considered the edge of the Keter Range, Fangs of Wisdom, the edge of the territory that's now owned by humans, was overrun by giants. It's a variety of that. You're sure.
Why are giants so mean?
But this is tons of ligaments, just of open, visible, hanging like ribbons from its body. It's atrophied enough where you can see it's holding an axe, but that axe is heavy enough that it's just having to drag it behind. It doesn't seem like you can let it go. And most of these creatures aren't carrying weapons. Moki, you see, he's still walking, he's still running past it, because his awareness is that it's all here, but he didn't get the right angle, and your dragons seem to immediately know and just fill the gap in that 20-foot wide, building-lined.
Uses bulldoze wings to just...
He's literally taking up the entire space of this street.
Alright.
The dragon hasn't moved into it, but it is basically put its nose into it.
They're right there. Oh. Yes. So you're just like... And then they're under your control.
I wish it was based on groups, I drew one at a time.
Oh.
Yes,
they're under your control.
I wish it was based on groups who know how to do it one at a time.
Oh.
Yes, it is unfortunate that the rules of magic have not made a mess of it. Sure, necromancers would enjoy it a lot.
You're probably sure that a greater summoning of an undead mass spell was made by your god and was a part of one of the scrolls and was just lost, because that's ancient magic. That's probably very powerful.
However, it was one of the forbidden spells.
Well, casual conversation is falling on the other chamber.
I guess take the strong one, the giant looks strong. That'd be a good addition to your army. Maybe throw another.
Unleash. What? You can descend the dragon and it takes his face back. Just in case you get the...
I was hoping to not be on the dragon when they try to plow these things. Yeah, they have to move it. They slide off. You see that they actually got one knee each of the arrows, which seems to be hot mechanical.
I will have to use one of my trump cards.
Got an intrusive friend as well. Try, are you gonna take control of one of the undead, like the giant?
I will be assisting you that way.
Okay.
Please lead them close to the dragon so it can stop tearing them apart. Your goal is to get the judgment blessing to max.
I'll try my best.
Alright. As you...
How long did it last?
3 minutes.
Okay.
So, your dragon is going to be able to basically crush them as it walks. As it hits a certain point, it will plow, but then it will also just crush, kind of like a car hitting undead and just continuing without the need to stop. There's no motors, you know. It's,
I mean, the dragon
doesn't need grease, just keeps
make sure it avoids the giant ones so we can take control. That one's strong.
and your soldiers of the pack will pick off basically the ones that are still moving while flanking.
Okay.
However, you need to tell me, what is the dragon actually doing? Is it just plowing through them and continuing?
The dragon at the way is going to stand there and wait for them to approach, and then it will just crush them.
Okay. The crushing is like, yeah, it's kind of like, you're pretty sure it's going to be able to crush at least 60% of them. The excess is just the creatures being squeezed under, like as undead. If
It's like 15 then.
You immediately see some of these Perdition Knights as the dragon's prepared, shooting through basically the bones of this dragon to already hit some of the undead. And you've now watched from behind you and from a distance away, the king and the soldiers have entered the building and have kind of just are now staying in there while this happens. You see from back streets, past the amount of 40, you see 3 just also turn from different side streets and now join the back of that procession. So right as the dragon is about to crush this thing, what does Jonathan do?
I command you, by the ancient school, go under my wing. As he will move his hands, as his whole hand phases into black as his eyes turn to a brilliant white once more. As it begins to, like a tether, unseeable to the human eye, attaches to this creature, to its corrupted soul, as it wraps around, slowly gaining its influence.
It's as you connect with that and you connect with it in the ethereal way, suddenly there is a flash in Jonathan's eyes as his entire visual perception changes. Suddenly Jonathan is in a dark circular wooden room, an enormous central chamber, rubble at the far back, green glass, stained glass everywhere, many creatures with one glowing yellow eye, like this thing had, but its eye was drooping down like an anglerfish.
What's an angler?
You're, in a moment, as you connect with that thing, you're connected with what looks like a one-eyed monster at the end of that chamber. You touch my children! And you feel the control settle on this thing. And you look at an axe that was in the middle of its assault, leveling onto one of the Perdition Knights. Oh, sorry. The dragon was ahead of it, so it was just an axe that was just going for like an attack on the dragon. It had stopped mid-motion.
Where's the British Knights looking out of the gun?
British Knights would be back. I mean, they're right.
They could be practicing actually.
Realistically, yeah, it looks like it's aimed in their direction, in the dragon's direction. But the weapon itself seems to just hang tightly in the air as you feel a level of control settle over this thing. Your control. Control that you felt was... The intelligence of that creature wasn't its own. Now you've got it. It's not an intelligent creature. There was something else almost maybe possessing it is the right word. Or using a remnant of its like dormant intelligence to fight. I'm actually going to say for the sake of it, it's still intelligent. But
I think that's related. Okay, if we were to say that, I was going to say, is that related to one of the scrolls? Because that would be a cool scroll thing.
You, at this point, feel like,
wouldn't be, that'd be awful.
Despite the latent intelligence still being there, it is powerful necromancy to a degree in which you're assuming is probably equal to yours, if not slightly more. And then that could mean that level of necromancy has been boosted by such a thing as a scroll, but it's like, you know, something commanding a Cyclops like this, you didn't think it was that hard to take over it, but then the sudden, almost cursed connection which you've got makes you think that it is a part of probably cursed magic, not just necromancy. Cursed magic could very well be the Pirate's Call, or it could be like a cursed object that is much worse. Actually, you're pretty sure it's potentially divination, necromancy, and enchantment fused together. In a way that thing knew you were connecting with it, and in some degree has an awareness of now Jonathan. It has an awareness of Jonathan. Like, the kind of hammerhead scooper of the dragon pushes the undead to the sides of the building walls, and then the wings that are kind of half crushed inwards push it out and just crush the undead against the walls, brick mortar of the building. The grooves of the bricks now ooze like they are bleeding themselves as your dragon slowly backs out, and you're only currently possessed, not possessed, but let's say possessed for the name, a controlled undead Cyclops, which you can't figure out as a Cyclops yet because you don't know what that means, but the one-eyed giant hacks to pieces the last undead that were half living at the feet of that giant. And as your dragon, once bone kind of bleached white, is now coming out very, very red and black. Mostly black from just the long since coagulated ichor of the inner bodies of these giants, of these undead. You see, basically the only thing that survived that is systematically killed is a few of these what look like small rat and children undead, which are crushed by the giant. And Jonathan, you see the Perdition soldiers that had their bows prepared, had lobbed a few arrows at these creatures, look back to you and say, well, I don't know why we're even here. I mean, this seems like you kind of...
Mechanical bows.
We never really needed to even be here, I guess.
It is more of reinsurance in case it was more difficult to have.
That thing is almost on our side now.
Yes. Just don't shoot it. Or it will lead to a problem.
Yeah, can we get some food?
Yes, we will quickly head back to get some lunch.
It's already late afternoon now. I mean, we've excavated a good 2/3 of the next site. We should just keep going until night, right? Just finish the job. Well, we will help out. You know, we weren't helping before. We were making sure that this area is defended, but it looks like looks like your horse friend's done the job and drawn all the enemies to a spot where you could take care of it. We should just keep using that alleyway. He's like, well, can you mark it? And this thing you see, it ignites his spear on the wall and just gets a big burning scar across the brick wall. And says, yeah, well, we'll know this is the spot now to drag him into if you know, as long as you're in the area and you've got the dragon.
Only it was that simple, but Yes, if this can happen again, it'd be good.
Okay. You can see actually the walls itself of the brick that have had creatures squished it. You're noticing, like, structurally, you're surprised that the dragon didn't just shatter the buildings and cause the whole thing to collapse on the dragon. But you can see the walls have been slightly indented. Like, the amount of force needed to crush those undead was just enough without the need of even destroying the buildings.
Is there like a barricade of bodies right now in front of the dragon?
Not a barricade of bodies, there's a kind of a squished pile, and then there's a fair few squished on the walls that have slumped down, and they're just parts. They're not even like full bodies anymore. So yeah, everyone's at the barricade, but it is a slight, like, stretch apart. And we're going to move quick. Moki, you just watched this happen. It happened very quickly. The creatures were squished. Jonathan took control of the one that you had seemingly, your creature had tried to control.
Yeah.
And what is happening now? You get about 10 minutes. You walk back to the spot where the first of Jonathan's new outposts have been placed. The Gothic structure, you notice quickly approaching at a jog from a different angle than the path you emerged, kind of cutting through all of the buildings. You see Ray. Ray kind of meets you even a little ahead. He's technically beating you to your grand structure. But he looks like he's for a moment out of breath and just kind of tries to kind of signal you, but you're already there, so. He says, I need help. I found a friend, and he is cursed. He wants to hurt himself if he sees you. He says that when he's talking to Jonathan.
I see.
Some sort of trigger for what I saw was a small horde of monsters trapped inside a building. They were dormant and they weren't active.
You killed them.
Ray says, I can take you there.
I see. It would be a mistake if I show up that triggered the gears.
Ray says he doesn't think because then he describes he gagged and blinded the man and took him back to the temple courts to hopefully, Ray said he knocked him out. Ray said he's got minor bleeding on the head, but he's not actually properly wounded. You're like, Ray's been able to do a lot of things that a normal soldier couldn't do. But then he says, I should probably search for more, because if there's one, there's probably more. They weren't triggered by me, he says. They were just prepared to be triggered if you showed up.
Hold on, if that is the case. Hey, you know that trick where you slash somebody and they don't explode immediately? Could you go finish those off then? If we're going to do this, I will have to be the middle convoy. Prepare for anything that goes on.
Kill prepare.
Now, Moki,
Find more.
because you're close by and you were listening and paying attention,
Yeah.
the only thing that triggered them, something drew blood and they started to move. And what Jonathan is asking Ray to do, unknowingly, is to spill their blood.
Then blood triggers that frenzy. Virus network, they just human.
I see. Ray, how many people can you quick slash before it explodes?
7 to 10,
I see, so you can take out a few.
maybe a third. I would be outnumbered and I would lose, he says.
Well, predictions?
How are you?
Go have lunch.
Oh, thank
Our
goodness.
crew will go deal with another incursion.
Ray says, this is where, Jonathan, I don't think you should join. Because if there's some that we haven't seen, they might just be triggered spontaneously by us walking past their building.
Alright.
If you are the key cause to all of them, he's only said that one of them had that problem.
Michelangelo. Listen to Ray's commands.
Oh. And what about the Cyclops?
I unfortunately can't do that because I have to have more control now. It's not my own created undead. As it sounds psycho, I guess.
Alright, and you. I will need you to help with the removal of this rubble. Come with me.
Defensive support. Jonathan, we will move quickly through.
I was hit by a scam caller. This is bullshit. I tell you.
Scam sendings, I swear to God. Goblin thing.
You actually take longer than you would expect with Ray's help. Ray seems to be kind of struggling with the broken city environment to locate things perfectly, but it doesn't take you that long. It just takes you slightly longer than what he was on before. So Ray starts to get a little more nervous and annoyed just at the fact that the way he describes it, most of the most sound structures he started to hear scraping and basically just scraping noises from. He thought he heard like teeth gnashing noises from other buildings, but then he goes and investigates those buildings and says, oh, there's nothing in there. And then he takes you to what is a large warehouse wooden structure, and you can see this basically nearly 30. There's about 28, 29 dormant, swaying creatures. They are on the ground level floor, but they're so far back in the shadows that you just assume that if you walk past it, you wouldn't have noticed. If you're not directly looking through the building, you would never have noticed. Ray says, I'll stand on guard with your dragon, but I'm expecting there to be more of these buildings nearby just due to this, the structural integrity that has been this part of the city. There's the least damaged buildings in this whole district. This is where these things are hiding, in structurally sound infrastructure. And you do, with the dragon, in a dormant state, crush quickly enough that by the time they start to become active, Ray barely has to do work. At the end of it, Ray, like Jonathan's not there, but you're communicating with the dragon.
I can't communicate with the dragon.
You can't, right. Ray's just talking to a dragon.
Ray is talking to the dragon.
He can follow his commands.
And I think this is by basically dawn of the next morning, Jonathan, you tell me what you want to do, but by that dawn is when Ray returns.
After cleaning up that part,
you finish all of the excavation. It hits about 10 p.m. Because the dragon's not there anymore, that was going to be your quickest way of doing it. It takes you about 2 hours longer, but that's nothing.
The centaur, the Cyclops on it.
No, it turns what would have been a 4-hour job without the dragon to a 2-hour job because the Cyclops kind of, well, they're eating, and the Cyclops is just doing it, you know? And then the people come back out and they finish the job with them. What do you do?
After that, I would want to talk to Miser if he's around, or just talk to the king about Miser.
The king is there, but the king is, yeah. What do you want to talk to the king about? The king is there, and at the point where you hit 10 p.m. and they're all packing it in, they're all finished, they're not staying at this particular outpost, they're all heading back to the actual temple courts. The king's command is just like, all right, we've finished our work here. We'll return to the safest part of the district, and then we'll come back in the morning.
Your Majesty.
Hello, Jonathan, what can I do for
Have you had any contact with Miso?
I mean, he was there at the temple courts during the council meeting a day ago, 2 days ago.
I see.
How was it? 2 days.
I think I need his help to figure out who has been creating these undead in this area. And I realized that I could probably track his magic signature with this Cyclops. Not all the jank shit that I found recently.
So, returning to the, how about, before we return there, you help me facilitate the structure. Once you get dawn, you can do it again, right?
Yes, if I have a rest.
Oh, okay. So it's basically we've cleared out a space, but we can't put anything there yet.
Not yet.
Okay. I guess you will probably want to walk back with us. I will do my best to get Mitsu to immediately talk with you.
Some of you should stay here and protect the border.
Two petition notes say, oh, we should do it. You know, we're frontline defenders, but if we're swarmed, there's not much we can do. Do you have your ability to know when things are encroaching on this place?
Right. So for this place, I changed the alarm to be for everyone. So if anything other than you people, the soldiers or just human in general,
It is a perimeter.
a large whining noise will come out from it.
Oh, okay, we'll hear it. Okay, good to know.
I recommend most of your soldiers to stay here. You have weapons, ammunition. If they break into the house, you have unlimited, but you cannot take it outside.
Okay. Maybe just any talks to the other soldiers. Maybe head to the building across the way and just guard us at the upper building. And I'll just defend all of the excavators here.
Don't forget about the ballista on top.
The king's looks like he's actually hurt his back a bit, like he's grabbing it pretty tightly, and he goes,
I will be back. And we will have more support for your excavation tomorrow. Thank you very much.
talking to the
Excavators, for your work today. We are building a new defensive wall for our city, one that should last many, many months.
and then he turns away from them and starts to hobble back towards the city, towards the district.
So how many stay at the area?
All 5 of the excavators with the king's orders, and then the other 5 with you, and the 2 British knights.
7 people. This area. Oh, there's not.
And your Cyclops.
Well, I need the Cyclops. I want to find it. So.
I mean, you can leave Moki then.
I thought there was more people here. Okay.
There were more British knights, but they basically left when there wasn't an attack that was happening.
So that was like, yeah, okay.
There was about 5 British knights in total that were escorting you here, but then once there was no threats at all, they just left.
Right, just go.
Alright, look, I thought there was more of you here, but I've realized that this building is not going to be used properly.
I mean, we just didn't know. I mean, now that it's sound, should we bring people tonight, or?
I recommend only bringing soldiers here. But I realize we have so few and we need a few here. But this place is mainly designed for keeping control over the lower city.
So you're saying, in the King's, you're saying put the soldiers in these buildings as a sort of outer perimeter home and defensive barrier. So it's a good idea to have more soldiers out here, but it's not safe enough yet, is what you're saying.
It is somewhat safe, but since there are unknown zombies everywhere around here.
I mean, we haven't seen any since that horde that your dragon crushed. I mean, that's over 12 hours.
Yeah. Graves discovered another 2, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, so don't patrol any of the buildings, just stay in this proximity.
Be careful. Blood will awaken them.
It only takes you 30 minutes, so you get back at about, 11. And as you get back, you notice Also, you have been back for about an hour. When you started and you came back, you talked to Samantha, you investigated the outside crypts, and you're still waiting for Samantha to come back.
Yes, sir.
But what have you been doing while she's been gone?
I was just talking to my sister.
Okay, cool. So inside the temple, near the hearth, Jonathan, you walk in from one of the side entries, so not through the main doorway. Oscar does not notice your approach. You notice him first. You notice he is talking with his sister, and Sophia is sitting in the corner, judging them both.
It's exactly what it is.
Just basically she's ignored, so she's judging you too.
Actively.
No, exactly. You just started a conversation.
Just has nothing interesting to say or put it in any conversation ever. So
I forgot to ask his sister's name.
Is it you?
Cecilia, that's it.
Yeah.
It's because you hate.
My brain immediately went Cerelia, but that is literally an archmage. I'm like, I gotta remember this shit. That was the archmage that lost her power.
Ceramic.
Cecilia, Oscar,
What?
Sophia, it's good to see you.
Fucking
Slits her wrist.
Where have you been? I heard that you weren't there at the book.
No.
You see the sister as he's standing and looks away from his own sister. His sister has genuinely got dry tear marks down her face, like she's had a little cry.
I was having a chat. Well, one of the only goddamn times that is still on his contract.
I see.
He met him, and he gave him a gift. His sister says behind it. But you see, Oscar now no longer has the shield he had from within the book, the one that was floating. The one that Oscar said was talking to him, that's gone. It's just the sword.
He's also wearing robes.
And we're now wearing little, very, very old-looking
Nips out.
monk robes that fit him, but are very long. And also, now, this I guess is a really good point.
Looks completely different.
Moki, you walked back with Jonathan. You haven't been told this also. Okay. So you also now notice Oscar for the first time as a very different character. Jake, would you mind describing what Oscar looks like to the players again?
Very, very long, dark brown hair. Now in a ponytail held by a sort of silver band. Hair that goes down to just below his waist. He looks a lot thinner, but quite a bit taller. He's probably 5'11" now.
And he looks like he's got a bit of a beard growing.
He's got a bit of a beard growing, and his eyes are now just sort of a dull blue.
He looks human. Which is weird because you could swear there was a distinction now that you've noticed him before and after. He just looks way more grizzled and more human.
You grow up and have a beard now, growing up.
Yes, technically I did. I don't know how much older I am. At least a few years.
Yes. What's the change?
I drank the elixir of life.
His sister, as he's saying this, he found it.
It made you older.
Yes.
Crappy elixir of life.
The Fountain of Revelations.
No, rejuvenation.
I thought it was something else. He says it's a liquid of a flower.
You found the Fountain of Revelations.
It's a type of orchid. It's very old fun. But it's
Cultivated by gods.
Did you find any corruptions or anything interesting there?
no, nothing that wasn't taken care of.
I see. Well, I'll give you a status report of what's been happening here. Currently, there is a giant necromancer with one eye, I believe, who is raising up Cyclops. Is that what they're called?
At least that's the only giant of what I know.
Alright, that seems familiar.
Did you bring that undead giant with you? Okay, so as you look behind Jonathan at the entryway that he came through, at the outside of the building, you don't see the one eye, you see an 8-foot wide gut. Oh, sorry, an 8-foot tall gut. Just literally just not even able to, he's not walking into the door, he's just visibly blocking the doorway.
I take it that's one of them.
That is one of his. I'm trying to find Miso and try to figure out his arcane signature, so maybe we can track him down and kill him.
That would probably be a good idea. Oh.
However, we need to contact Miso, and I haven't talked to him since the interview.
I was told that you found the office of the brigade.
Yes.
Why?
Why what?
What's the cause of it? Why are people attacking them?
We seem to be hit by incursions of undead because of a prince named
Butcher.
One that you
Shadow shooting.
saw when you died.
Yes.
Right.
It's the same one who thought I was my old master.
So, what does he want from you?
He wants to take over the city as revenge for losing his city from Marcus's rage.
That's a third force that wants the city.
No, they're the same.
The same as Branky?
Well, no, it is a third. It's different.
I think they are.
I was counting us as well.
They've just been a threat that has kind of set in. The only one who knew about that threat at all was Ray.
I believe that they are one banner. But I am willing to be wrong. Because that will be easier.
Well, we know this is the same one who's helping coordinate one of the attacks when we went off to go fight Moscow. It could also be one that has a scroll.
Yes, it is possible.
So you think we just need to find their major necromancers and take them out?
Well, if we want to stabilize our hold in the city, killing their necromancers will make their incursions a lot more dangerous for them, where they'll actually start losing manpower.
We'll stop the rising undead getting more powerful. At least more numerous.
Exactly. We will not be able to withstand the numbers.
You have a method of finding these necromancers?
That's why we need Miso's help.
You were making infirmaries on the other city.
Currently, I've made a little gateway to hold off an entrance from that area. However, we do not have the manpower to man it. Sent her alone.
She was the one. So,
See.
And you actually know who has the most maps? Mitsu. Like, she's probably going straight to him.
May Farina bless her path.
there is Henrik at the moment.
Henrik has vanished. He supposedly came with Ray. Yeah, but we never saw him.
Heron was the last one who had contacted him, and right before the second incursion, he vanished, from what Heron said.
Aaron saw him vanish after he arrived at the dragon. Dropping command. Yes, I don't know where he chose to go.
So
It's now been a full 24 hours since that vanished.
that's never a good sign.
No, it is not, but it's hard to find him.
Well, you took some of the divinity from Cecilia, didn't you? You can divine. You should be able to.
Fortunately, the only thing I've got from that steal was Jonathan starts to levitate. She has granted me the power of the heavens.
Right.
Which is a minor floating thing. I didn't really get any divination magic.
Yeah, so it doesn't
Unfortunate.
I take it it's just bolstering your internal pool of magic. This is the outcome.
I would say my affinity for the stars, the heavens itself, is calling upon me more.
So you can float.
I can float.
Okay.
Sophia, I'm sorry, I don't really want to bother you guys, but I think I can probably scry using my book. I mean, it would probably have to be some, like, if there are cults, or if they are planning on killing us, I normally can find them pretty easily. Like, it's kind of like a premonition seeing. If he's gonna die, I'll probably be able to find him really easily. But I need something like
If death is a factor, can you find these necromancers? Radio
I need some. I can't just do. I need like a reflective, like a mirror, or like something really.
Mirror?
Yeah.
Ah, there should be a mirror in the temple.
Church.
It has to be something where it's like kind of murky mirror, so like a silver mirror, is kind of chromatic. You know what I think? The temple courts must have something like that.
Probably.
Okay, so I'll go there, and then I'll convince.
If you don't find anything, the next building I can create a mirror of your exact properties you need.
Okay, I think you just
Did you want to just do a bowl of water?
Yeah, if it's slightly murky, I think that'll work. A small pool.
Would you like me to take you to the holy water basin?
I guess that'll work. Yeah, maybe we can just avoid all of that and just get the water. Okay. All I gotta do is put a bit of my own blood in it, and we're good. Okay.
So maybe take a bowl, fill that up, and sort of take it around.
But I don't know if a bowl. She says as you start to walk off, and then Oscar, you start to hear. I mean, there was about an hour of discussion. Like we kind of synthesized all of it. But the start of Jonathan's recap probably took a good 40 minutes just to get you through.
Do we all have special rings now?
No, I do not wear it because I think it could possess me.
I don't wear mine because it talks to me.
Okay. So do you take Sophia first, or do you take Oscar to this specific?
You'll go into the cathedral. He'll get a servant to go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Darling. And also, I guess, are you going to make the servant collect the bowl of water for Sophia as well? Do you want to just do...
I actually we're just some muddy water.
Okay, you get that, and then the extra... Beautiful. So you head to a lower floor?
So the basin is on the right.
Oh, so it's
at the very entrance.
Sick.
So yeah.
Okay, big standing. You see like ivory and silver that intertwine to make this outer branches to hold this bowl together. And as Sophia starts to mutter an incantation, and the book appears in her hands out of the shadows, spirals, opens pages, begins to flip a lot. You see Sophia, her vision is focused. Like you see normally she immediately starts to have eye bleeds. She's like focused. She's showing that she has a little more control than before, but you guys are able to talk about this happening. What do you produce? The ghost?
Yes. It's still connected to the hand because you don't want to take it off.
Mm-hmm. The ghost literally just departs and just drops the hand in front of you, and you collect it.
This was the hand of your zombified brother that the reverse Oscar took.
My zombified brother.
Yes, so whatever happened to him from when Oscar changed him. This ring here is an artifact he had on him, which I feel like has immense power in it. Yeah, that's
I remember.
pass it over.
Did I send you this already?
You don't know, I didn't ever identify it because I kind of had an idea of what it was. I was like, nope. I was like, holy shit, it's the 5e item. Fuck that thing.
I'm just going to detect evil on it through a check.
Okay. You detect a moderate evil aura.
Okay. So it is evil. Are they powerful and all those?
Let's see.
I would probably warn against wearing it. It would be smart to leave it on my brother's hand.
Yes. Can you determine which effects it can do? I see. Well, for now, I'll spend some time tonight learning its properties. Take 10 on that for however long. But every day I've been having to use the census. He pulls out of the Justice Card. I think you write it. Yes.
It is the one that you found at the hand of Goldberg.
I have been using this to ward off the church property, to give a sanctuary to this area.
That's good. You should continue to use it.
Every night. The problem is it takes too long to do the whole area. If you could help relieving it, help with the procedure, it would be nice.
Do you want me to hold it?
No, we can take turns. Would you like me to cast a spell so you can stay awake while doing it?
I'm actually not too tired. I think I'll be fine staying up.
Alright.
What time do you want me to start that?
Whenever you feel like it's necessary. I still have the wards only pinging to me for the alarms here.
Okay.
But eventually I'll ping it to a mental alarm for everyone inside.
Smart.
Where's Ray?
Ray should have saw us eventually, but he's been taking out undead encampments with the help of the undead dragon Michelangelo.
He was working probably still
Like
in the night.
toughen up.
How are you doing, Moki?
Well, I could. Nearly tried to fight 40 undead myself, but thought better of it. I retreated to John.
It's impressive. I'm sure you would have taken them.
Based on prior experience, 40 may be a bit too much.
Yes. So in terms of these undead, what strength of them?
In terms of strength, they are moderately powerful, stronger than the most basic thralls that someone can make. So it is costing a lot of onyx to do this.
The human undead aren't that much of a problem, but they
Personally,
they can be.
I feel like a goal would be to try to find all the onyx in the city before they do.
Both.
To monopolize it.
And you see out of the hand of the fallen Oscar's brother, that is a black opal. The black opal in Leif's on Leif's finger connected to the ring. So it looks almost like a little onyx, but no, it is a little black opal.
What do you like to know? Boy.
So you're thinking he's getting what? The infinite supply of opal from Darkstone. Using that to
I think
blow the necromancers?
they're stealing the resources from the city to power it. We should try to take over it. First we need to talk to Miso. We need to find Elric.
His character,
Him?
That guy.
you guys, as you're talking, begin to hear very, very quiet, very, very distant, some sort of quiet, constant thudding.
Fucking upstairs.
Then I was going to identify how they made their undeads, but it seems like we have someone here.
You hear in your ear from the barrier of your fence.
And the alarm's going off, alright.
You see you sprinting towards the front door as Jonathan just quickly moves, looks to the front door. You can see people aren't reacting to it so much, but they are all starting to turn towards it. You see a lumbering giant, about the same size as the Cyclops.
Alright.
Making the 500 feet difference between the front entrance of the fence and your...
Undead Cyclops. Private.
You see your undead Cyclops can't make the speed, is slowly starting to move into the building. Okay.
Is this something we should be worried about?
Well, it sounds like a juggernaut of some sort, but yes, the alarm went off. And it only goes off for non-humanoids.
So just like post up in front of
I mean, luckily, as really you'd be able to tell this is his own knowledge. Like, I don't feel like that. I'm prepared. And then you see what Jonathan at first is like, that's undead. And then you remember someone you left behind in Fort Nagrum, a half giant, technically. Still 12 feet tall, half the skin flayed from his face. Brawler, and you see tied to his back in looks like a visibly unconscious position, like flat on his shoulder, where you thought it was like a sort of like mantelpiece. It is an Imric that is deflated on his shoulder.
Lightweight trash throws you see thrown into the front of the building. A body just rolls. Imric is slightly tossed. It's not undexterous, but you're like, and
it's Prologue.
I found him more than halfway across the city. Why the hell was he alone? Also, hello, it's been a long time.
Undead stop. Sorry, I need to tell that.
It's like the other's back in the hand, ready for the swing. It's like halfway through.
I'm completely fine.
You see Heron land at the doorstep as well. It was a roll. Okay. So he was crashing.
Shake your hand then. So that you're alive. Why do we know the thing? Where's the book?
Story short, I left to seek the answer. I use that as a distraction to pull the other most towards me.
Left the book of ultimate evil. We're gonna draw out your evil alter ego.
Yes.
Okay, well the book's not there anymore. So.
And you didn't leave the book. The book had been taken when you arrived.
The book was gone, I was there. It was taken by the time I went.
Okay, well we need that. We need to go and talk to Marcus.
And you've only got 30 hours at this point. The only people who are currently aware of the amount of time you've got is John. Also, you got like 24 to 40 hours, that's what you got.
We got a day or two left until Marcus Tuesday.
Right.
And he said he was going. He's not waiting.
So how are we expecting to get the book back?
We'll have new minutes. I'm assuming that you would know where it is. Down in, did you not find any evidence of where it was?
No.
Brilliant.
I saw one of the protective candles was broken. And there was a note there from the woman saying to come.
Evil you definitely has them.
Probably.
Okay, well.
I don't know where evil is at the moment.
I might know where evil you is at the moment. We should. Where's Ray?
Really hunting zombies.
I was expecting him to be here by now, but
You sense the dragon is still a distance away towards that whole area where you had sent Ray, in that direction.
Okay, well, we should go and find me to talk to the king.
How did you appear, Harvey?
I don't know. It's kidnapped.
Right.
I'll tell you when we're all here. Tell the story.
Okay. Alright.
After about 15 seconds, you suddenly hear this kind of sudden suction sound and followed by nothing. Then you hear, oh fuck, holy shit! Samantha, the captain, sounds momentarily out of breath. Suddenly her voice is audible and very close to you guys. It's just outside the doorway. And you notice Midsummer walking in, and Samantha just like getting her grip. She's like, oh fuck.
Speak of the devil.
Oh, we're here. Oh, hi guys. Hello. Sorry. No, it's just
I just need to wait for Ray.
I didn't think you were gonna just jump me here mid-song. You are all here. Good.
Lisa, we're waiting for you.
I have the map on me.
Are you able to send a message to Ray? Get him to come in.
Yes. Bear with me.
I wonder where Heron is.
Ray. I saw Heron, he was flying around. Sorry, Ray. Ray, come back to the main apothecary. Cathedral. We are waiting here for you. Ray's attacking a horde. Should I message you?
Fine, the dragon can handle it.
I think you can hear it.
And he did sound like he was
kill the dragon.
out of breath, so I think that means he's likely pacing himself well.
He doesn't arrive in around to
Did Heron
for his body.
I saw Heron flying around the sky. I believe he...
helped you find those things? How long ago was that?
Aaron, he went to looking for you.
That was 24 hours ago.
24 hours ago, after the raid, you then went to scout for enemies around the area.
It's been probably, now that you're hitting 1 a.m. in the morning and Imre has just arrived, it's been probably just under 30 hours total since that raid started.
Okay, well, yes, the last thing I remember was he was flying us over, going to help you being attacked.
Yes.
They were alright. When I came to, I was walking, splendid giants and a sort of small bird man, glowing eyes.
Rats.
They had bandages similar to the undead we fallen men made. I think Moki, the ones that killed Grog.
No. Others.
Bandages and undead.
Yes. That's some sort of ritual wrapping or something.
Do I know anything about mummies?
You know. Just make a history check for me.
Yeah, baby. Natural one. Don't know anything about them.
I was actually going to say that this is probably religion.
I still have 13.
Yeah. No, you understand that could probably be some sort of burial ritual to wrap them in fabric or cloth.
Present within the city, or?
I don't know, I think they led me into a very large staircase, I think with some sort of glass domed building in the hyper size. I think I remember seeing buildings of that like when we were flying over the city. There was 2 undead giants, small birdman, and inside there was 4 Cyclops undead giants. And another Cyclops. He was living smaller than the others, sitting on a throne.
That is the necromancer.
You saw a throne room. You didn't see anything else but a throne room and a Cyclops.
What?
That's the mercenary
John,
then.
the one that watched Marcus fight the bird.
Yeah, and then I killed someone and killed a giant. Yeah.
You did. You were witness to that bird, and you were witness to that bird being immolated.
That's why I said it was the prince.
We should go after this necromancer. If we leave it, we'll just keep raising more and more undead. And
One
they
of the fiery scrolls.
He does.
all of them.
Right. The one that raises
I
ultimates.
only saw one.
So how do we go after
Research.
I heard
and the book?
That is
Oscar's voice, other Oscar.
Do you have a way
He's the
to
necromancer.
track
I
down
didn't see him, but I heard him.
magical signatures?
If it is similar to Oscar's, I could use Oscar as that beacon.
Using this Cyclops. He is a creation of this necromancer. Can we find the original caster and hunt him down?
I mean, if it was not containing your magic, it would be a lot easier. I will have to keep this thing under. I will have to at least analyze this thing for at least
It's a
multiple hours. Yes.
Nova building with a big glass dome with a elven mural inside a tree.
If you need Elven in this city,
Yes.
Temple.
It was human.
I mean, there is quite
There's a
literally
mural
no
of
temple to the All Father in this city,
Queen,
but
it's Queen something. It was shattered underneath that. It was human architecture, at the bottom at least.
Apos Heights.
you make a local check.
What the fuck is a local check?
It's knowledge.
It's not great.
That was a great roll, bud.
Can I use history?
It's your area.
16.
16. Beautiful. That you're aware? No.
I don't think there are any gravestone.
It's very much just a residential area. But then the next district away from that and away from you guys is that high-class, fancy, not ostentatious necessarily, but very unique style structures and very tall structures. So if
Give them district over.
the jewel holders are,
Fly over there, I'm sure. I can recognize the other way you were saying something about swamp. Apparently your shield is a double agent. The shield was trying to gain information on you to bargain its way out of the shield.
Oh, okay.
Just didn't see Oscar though.
The other Oscar beat me up.
17 magical items can betray you.
Yes.
Yes.
You still have a chance. I have 40 more.
The other Oscar killed me. When I was seeing aliens. seek out the avatar. Because I thought it might provide me with information on how to deal with it.
How did you survive?
From what I can tell, a mountain stepped on me.
Like a titan?
I'm not entirely sure. I was inside of it for a while. And then I found a hidden corner of it, which was where they glued the through. It's a little flower. Parents completely change your physicality to be a perfect version of yourself and your mentality.
So you're the perfect version of yourself.
I think I'm, from a physical perspective, potentially yes. I seem to be fine. I'm sure I can grow as I age. But I think this is a solid get for now. I'm not as worried as I was. So I guess that's good.
You see Sophia breaks from her trance in front of the oracle book, comes back quickly and walks over to you guys, you're not that far away. It didn't work. I thought I saw him. Oh. Okay. I did just try to scry on the Cyclops, not Imric.
What?
I thought that was the goal.
I was going to scry on Imric's.
Alright, but you described the Cyclops. Please tell us what happened.
I saw a big, giant, yellow eye glowing in front of me, and then I blinked out and nothing worked.
Okay. Interesting. Another thing I should add. The avatar told me one morning that similarly to how I had another version of myself, I placed a seed of corruption in all of us. Except John. Where he doesn't know. But both of them. Corruption, so.
Seems of corruption.
The head.
I think
The banished god.
This was the avatar you met.
The avatar of the night. He told me.
The avatar of the night is
Yes, he's cultivating things through life. He is trying to maintain a state of peace.
Should we all go there and drink this elixir?
That would certainly be beneficial, but I think it seemed like there wasn't a lot of time. Well, I needed to be back here.
And that would clear up my memories. Supposedly.
Your literal master was telling you to find that thing, so you've got a confirmation that Oscar knows exactly where it is.
I mean, I can show you where it is.
Well, we should deal with the problem right now, before anything gets worse.
That would probably be the most pressing issue.
And Jonathan, as you've been talking, you've never noticed this before, not except when you and Moki and the party entered the Feywild for the first time and you heard your master's voice. You felt a consciousness awaken inside you and then talk in your head. When Oscar started to talk about that, you felt the awakening of a consciousness in your mind, but no voice.
Apparently Marcus had tried to seek out the Avatar as well. But the Avatar wasn't able to teach him, or he wasn't willing to learn. And so Marcus had worsened his state.
Okay, well, Odessia is as far as I can tell, the root cause of all the problems we have right now. Marcus was the one that broke her up.
Yes, and I've been trying to solve the situation with Odessia for quite a while until Marcus straight up told us before Oscar gained a parasite of an angel inside him that Marcus sexed the thing to life or something like that.
Well, apparently Marcus is,
Unbelievable.
based on what I heard of Marcus, he's a big Deathbringer, which is basically something.
So we're taking the assumption that it is moving, which is a dangerous one considering the controls on it.
And like the classic, I'm going to speak in weird riddles so that what's awake and understand what I'm saying, but he said that he wanted to make a deal with me. He didn't offer me terms for this deal or anything. And he said, I'm going to blindfold you when you leave, and then I was blindfolded.
So they're trying to protect their location, even from you.
Yeah, and then I woke up like halfway across the city, and then Rollo was there. So it's possible that they did some sort of mental manipulation on me, and I'm leading you into trap, like unconsciously. Right out there in case it happens, you can't blame me for not warning you.
So make sure you bring Rollo.
Detect magic. Am I allowed to cast Dispel Magic on you?
Oh, that's a detect magic on it.
Sophia's like, I can do detect magic if you want me to do
I'll
detect.
cast a Dispel Magic.
Okay. You instantly feel a wave of kind of hot energy from the body.
Oh, it's so hot.
And then there is
I don't know if there's gaps in my memory. I don't know if it's an active spell.
there is really no difference in Imric's what's it called? Memory or perception. That time and space is still missing.
I mean, it could have been teleportation. Just when I found Brawler, my legs had hurt, like I've been running for a while.
I don't feel any sort of connection.
You know if he was cursed, that's for sure.
Detect
Even
magic.
if Dispel Magic wouldn't have worked.
It tells me that, like a moderate aura. If it's like a high level spell, you would be able to sense.
Can you tell residue? I think we've talked.
Yes, there is residue, and if depending on if it's over 7th level, it's like days of residue it's on.
Okay.
So we can identify this.
Fantastic. Abjuration. 19th level.
Strong.
It's a 19th level spell.
19th level.
It's costless. Costless doesn't matter. It's the spell level.
Spell level doesn't technically exist, but let's say it's 9th level.
Okay, so that means it's really
A
strong.
19th level caster.
So it's gonna smell like that for a week. Lovely.
It's abjuration, it's residue, and what you're getting more than just that is that it's cursed abjuration. But it's not on his person, and it hasn't been on his person for over, what you're guessing is close to like 18 hours.
So is it similar to sin magic?
No, this feels like this feels like when you were having the residue of the papyri scrolls on you, but of a different kind of element, but still that same kind of cursed binding, basically.
It's abjuration.
Does it feel like something that's like it was placed upon him and it's no longer on him? It's just the effects we have already.
Yes. Yes. It's actually, you can basically sense it coming from his hands.
Don't feel any different.
We've already had a sense move check on him to see if he's telling the truth.
Bluff. Yeah, make a bluff roll.
Yeah, it's like really fucking bad. 22.
Yeah, Imric beats it. Sure. You rolled a 12.
I think so.
You rolled a 3.
So, I mean, you're guessing his ignorance in this is likely due to, and only for an Oscar who is, trusting the words of the Avatar. This could be in part Northward, in part, this could even be, because you're one Dark Oscar being there, Northward having some level of control over Imric in a way that you guys don't know, that it could all be Northward.
The Avatar told me that the seed of corruption that was in both of you, yours was something you were trying to forget, and yours was something you were trying to control.
Consume.
So I wonder if this is that part of you that's forgetting things that you don't wish to see.
That would be inconvenient.
That would be.
Imric looks tired, like he hasn't.
You know what else is
physical fatigue.
Having a whole other version of you, family. Not exactly ideal.
Yeah, terribly sorry. I killed Dave.
That's alright.
Again, he'll probably come back to life. He went around and sucked all the divinity out of every single divine person that was here except for 2 of you.
Great.
You see Samantha's been unraveling the maps on the floor, just in this general space where you were, while you guys are, she's letting you talk.
If Soul is now free, or
Cerelia, one of the archmages, has lost her power, and that has happened. I think that's from what you said. There was a basically a spy which they took.
He had some sort of I don't know, some like shadow, like illusion ability. Plus, he had like a sort of like crab tentacle monster.
So nothing you could do before.
And that crab tentacle monster, to a degree, you were seeing tentacles coming out of that monster that was flying and seemingly commanding those toad monsters.
There was
his army.
When I was fighting Dark Oscar, Dark Me, Negami, he had a creature with him, a sort of shadowy figure that appeared to be some sort of summon. He was able to summon other sort of demons as well. So I wonder if these are slight boons that were provided to my family.
He said that they were stealing the divinity, giving it to Oscar so we could do something.
Well, he was probably trying to ascend. I don't know whether or not it's to God, but when I first met the Dark version of me, he was talking about trying to find a path to ascension. And I was a stepping stone.
The Rudies can just ascend.
Apparently that avatar used to be a Reedy.
Race is really.
Well, I don't think you'll have to deal with it with me, so that's choice.
So are you better in some way?
Oh no, he's considerably worse. His sister says over her shoulder.
Yeah, I think I'm quite a bit weaker, actually.
No, I mean, lost it since the last one.
Well,
when you were originally.
all of that power that was inside me is gone. But I feel calm.
Have you fought anything since then? Oh great, we're gonna test that.
I fell into a chainsaw.
Alright. Chain?
Yeah, it's sort of like large circulating discs made of metal that are extremely sharp, and because of the speed that they rotate, they hurt a lot.
I've seen one of those before.
I did the chain.
On a golem in Kula.
That's how they spin.
Incredibly inefficient.
Yeah, they tried to bisect me. That was my first death.
I think it was only used against trees.
Oh.
How many times have you died?
My second death was falling off a cliff.
How many times have you died?
3 since I saw you.
Maybe numbers.
Well, I hope it doesn't get any higher.
How many times have you died?
Does it count if I hallucinated?
No, I don't believe so.
Right.
Really ask because when you die, you leave a part of your soul in whatever place you went.
Well, for free.
He's probably got half his soul left, you probably got it last.
Preferably losing your body is a
You're
big
invincible,
task.
so.
I feel like my soul is slightly more secure than
At least 2. I remember 2.
I felt like I had a bit of a...
There's 9 people dying through our land.
One was recently, though.
Well, I don't think so anymore. Apparently the 9 have abandoned me pretty well.
Well, you saw you still a few hours.
His avatar helped you.
Listen, I can expedite all of our situations right now by teleporting us to an area in which we think that we would be in close proximity. That would then allow us to not be so blindsided and more acting in a stealth operative role, teleporting closer to the perceived threat instead of just walking there.
I'm more meant copying the signature so we can track him down.
Alright, yes, that will take multiple hours.
Yes, I need to rest.
Good, okay.
That's why I joined off.
Sophia, you look like you need some rest too. He says very lightheartedly, I will get on your Cyclops.
Yes. Yes, and now you have nothing.
Jonathan, is there a way for you to make it just
I don't have what I have.
Alright, Cyclops.
The skills that I've
You don't
learned.
know what.
Without removing your
The skills that I've learned over my many years.
So you're like me. You
I'm not a
stab people
necromancer.
and
I don't have the
people.
power to seize control. I have
That's
simply the
terrible.
ability to.
Cyclops.
Only off.
I mean, I
Oh well, I woke up.
do still have a.
So tragic.
Sorry, I guess I just.
Yeah, it just drops the weapon and just hangs its head down low. Mitsu starts to do small arcane sigils around it, some divination, some
I'm sure I can hold my breath for like 6 hours now.
And Eric, when you walk
Could be useful.
just to a bed,
Get some cheese.
or just to get some food, go here.
Yeah. A little stick, put some cheese on it. And
You and Sophia are just like eating at the snack bar. It's like all of the ghosts are just waiting to give you water. They're just like, please take from us.
I don't think Emmerich was happy with what I had to offer.
Have you like squared on the book?
I was actually just about to do that. Because I'm really familiar with it. It will probably be really easy.
That'd be a good idea.
Want me to do it? Now? I mean, it's just
Do I
that
want you to do it? No, you'll probably get horrifically screwed up.
it's
But
like an
maybe
evil book, so it's, yeah.
you have an evil book
Well,
instead.
it's Jonathan's been walking around with the sensor the whole time, so I think as long as we've got that smoke hanging around us, I really can't be hurt by evil.
A wild leap of logic.
You got to throw all the ashes everywhere. Stop it.
This is how you use it.
That is not how you're flicking embers everywhere.
Also, like, this is a fucking weapon. What are you talking about?
Embers are going everywhere, but luckily, because he's moving it so fast, the ash isn't leaving. It's just getting stuck at the
I
bottom.
remember I used to train with nunchucks. It feels like this.
It's not how you use that instrument. Incorrect.
He's not a cleric. Where do you go?
So let's time skip a little. 3 hours go by. We hit 4 a.m. in the morning, and at that point, Sophia does her ritual on the book, and with enough time, you notice her face,
Got some handkerchief.
you dab, and there is a continuous pour of blood. Where she has control, you notice it's seemingly like a reaction that doesn't happen when she's scrying on like other things. Seemingly now, she breaks out. I saw. Oh god, the pain in my eyes. What the fuck?
That was pretty bad, isn't it?
Oh, why, this doesn't normally happen anymore. Oh. Okay. What's
I'll have a dog in.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Oh, that hurts a lot less. Oh, okay. Book still. It wasn't being held. It was put. It was like on a step at the base of some sort of glass window with green glass. It was like on the floor. I didn't see anything else, but there was green light reflecting on over it.
It's pretty much the same place.
Alright, so we need to look for that.
So wait, should I like try and screw out the green glass or something? Like,
Where's Heron?
Rest of here.
okay, we'll go multiple hours until we go. Okay,
Nito, where's Heron?
where's who?
Heron.
Did Ray come back as well?
Actually, after about the 3 hour mark, you see Mitsu is more than halfway through the ritual of understanding the Cyclops. You see Heron, Ray, and the dragon all basically march through one of the side doors, so you don't see them like in the main opening. You first notice Fire Fist walking through one of the side entry chambers, and then you don't see Ray enter, and you see the dragon's body like parked out the side on the side entrance. Oh, good, Imrich's here, finally. Heron's like, says actually with some relief.
Heron, have you seen you've been flying for a while, yes?
I was searching within a 400, it's about a 4 kilometer radius just for this one.
Have you seen
Of course, a lot of problems, you know, Rick.
have you seen a building with glass dome?
He yells.
Half broken.
Those heights, that sort of area.
No local check, because he knows the city well. I rolled 2.
Hell yeah.
We roll bad on our locals.
That's right. We roll bad in general.
Yeah.
Realistically, that sounds like something I've seen both on the pier, towards the lamented pier, and I think
It's a
that
huge staircase, like 30-foot wide staircase. Stone stairs.
Yeah.
See, that sounds like something that we can find in one of the spies.
Yeah, but I walked up those stairs and also the rest.
Wait, so I mean, look, there is one entrance, which is a large, wider stone staircase which leads from the Sword and Shields Guild to the, what's it called, the entrance. I mean, that wouldn't be it because it's not got green glass.
Unless there's magic that's been hiding it.
Or it's...
There's a big half-broken mural that had a tree on it. It could be the tree, big tree and warholes. Whatever.
I rolled for Midsummer, got another 2.
He has a plus 20.
He is such a plus. Yeah. Realistically, I don't even think he should have failed
It
this.
was an elvish word for queen and it's something. I mean, assume it's queen that mirror, but maybe we can ask her, maybe, I don't know.
If he takes an extra hour.
You see, Midsummer has been focused on the Cyclops and can't remove himself from the ritual while you were talking to try and basically grab his signature and maintain it. But you see Mitso, while you guys are talking, puts his hand back, and you see one of the maps just float off the floor near you and towards him. So he just like sucks a map off the ground and just drifts towards him, where he is at the front of the building.
So knows something?
You see Mitso inscribe 2 runes, basically floating above, and then you see them slowly like fade, disappear into the paper where the map is, and then you see a part of the map is glowing. Mitso floats the page back to you, which is just a wide area of the map. It's the back half, it's the air spires, it's the people's farming, it is the Jeweled Vault Bazaar, and it is the Lamented Pier. It's basically the southern most side of the bay.
We've got a few options.
And you see there is 3 rings of gold that are basically glowing gold rings, magical signatures that Mitsu has put on this. These are the only buildings inside the entire city which hold any elven iconography. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just thinking about other things right now. That is the bit, and you see one of them is in the Lamented Pier. Which you're sort of like, that's, if it's intact, like Imrich's saying, like if it's mostly intact, it shouldn't be the Lamented Pit. That's just a destroyed area where most buildings sort of any class remaining. The second is the Queen's Quarter, which is right at the edge of the People's Farthing. That, there's a small chance, but you saw how much of the land that dragon and something rubbled when basically when Jonathan first took control of the dragon. That whole part of the Queen's Quarter was just ruined, completely ruined. Last option, the edge of where the Piper's Heights meets the Jeweled Vault Bazaar. For Oscar, you don't need to do that local check. That's your assessment of knowing all of those areas.
Okay.
So only about a 20-hour walk.
Wonderful. I love how big this city is.
Don't worry.
I should
It's
be
like half a slave.
So there's just put the nightgown on, walking around with the...
Yep, sensor oil lamp.
John, are you trying to sleep right now?
I have the spell that he used before. It's necromancy. And
Okay, yes.
sorry, I can take you to the... I can give a shortcut by walking through the shadow plains. So we can cut it out to about 10 seconds.
This untested spell you have that you haven't used in several thousand years.
The realm is destroyed, so it's a bit unstable, but it should be fine.
So we're going to end
Did you know that all the heaven realms were shattered as well, by the way?
My strength is stronger now enough to hold it for now.
We don't have good experience
Before I
with
no
other
chance.
realms, do we?
Don't worry, we're skating on the outskirts of the realms.
Last time we went to another realm, we had friends turned to a giant
As long
monster
as you stay close
killed
to
them
me.
for most of us.
As long as you don't get apart,
When did that happen?
you won't be lost in the endless void.
Well, Emmerich and
Right.
Cornell and
Mitsu says the only other option is that you would use my teleport, but it is quite loud. And
Yes, we'll just show up.
well,
does not allow grace when
No,
trying
it
to
isn't
be
that
stealthy.
It's quiet.
I can probably run there
like
in a
to a
few
giant
hours.
portal or something.
No, I don't know how long you're going to rest for.
You'll see.
Will people notice it?
Actually, I think it is better if we do that nighttime for it, but no, not really.
How long are you going to rest for?
I mean, you've already hit 4 a.m. and you've only been resting for about 3 hours now, so you got, what, 8 hours total?
Well, is that when you used to change spells?
You're twice
Yeah, you can change spells.
length of long rest because of your curse?
That's only if he sleeps. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare effect. So as long as he does this, he
If it's been 8 hours, it would be finished, right? Or
You're only 3 hours right now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're at 4 a.m. Emmerich arrives at 1 a.m. and that's when you started to rest.
I need 5 more hours.
Well,
just sleepy geriatric guy.
We've all been pretty much relaxing for the past 3 hours, right?
I could probably make it there in 5 hours.
Right.
If I run.
If you guys want to go without me, I'll
Ride the dragon.
We could just use dragon.
I can just take you for the shadow walk. It'll be fine. The only problem is that if you guys ever get the bright idea of leaving my path and my light, you'll be trapped in a destroyed realm for the rest of eternity unless I come to find you and pick you up. So basically, stay nearby and don't be dangerous.
Okay.
Sophia's like, well, should I come with you? Because I'm the only one who can, find things. I guess I don't have a bowl of water I can take with me.
You can come, Sophia. It'll be fine.
I mean, I can summon things and that's support, I guess.
Didn't you say that you wanted to go to this random forest to bait out?
Yes.
So they're probably doing the same thing to us right now.
Probably, yes, there's a big trap.
I mean, if the books were the giant, what do you call this, Cyclops? That doesn't sound like a...
Well, the good news is we are copying his magic signature that I don't think he expects us to be able to do.
And if I can copy it, that means any of them that aren't in the proximity of us when we attack I will be aware of. But I must be with you, which puts this...
Still have your runes up. That's the utility.
Oh,
The reverse gravity thing.
oh yes, of course.
There is if we're expecting it to be a trap, we could just bombard it from the outside.
You know, like the dragon is dive bombing.
Yeah, this would be a lot easier with one of my...
Pick up a rock and drop it off.
Yep.
Look, the dragon dropping that would be would probably make the whole thing easy, but
We don't necessarily...
Dragon can fly now?
no, but I could anti-gravity it and then just sink it back down.
We don't necessarily have to go into this trap whole Otherwise,
What if Emmerich goes sneak on him like this?
Emmerich has already been...
Emmerich's already been there and they already just...
I mean, I can always just send in my shadow to go
It's not like I tried to sneak in.
What if Emmerich pretends to be another necromancer and go in that way? Because he's good at pretending to be things.
Well, I need to get the book. I have no way of moving the book.
Are you good at pretending to be a necromancer?
If you put in magical
John
illusion,
could
I'm sure I can
pretend to be
try.
that. Can you like turn into a skeleton?
I can project my shadow
Are you lying?
to go through walls and investigate whatever is going on.
Can you
rolling to
project your shadow onto another person?
Now, as Emmerich,
I can possess people.
Sophia said she saw the book. At least she describes the book isn't open. As far as you're aware, as long as the book isn't open and the ritual that Mitso had done using basically a pentagram symbol with some other incantation, there is a way to be activating that book. And as far as you're aware, Oscar's been able to pick up that book before.
No.
You just know that when it was open, it was...
Well, I also don't think it's probably naturally celestial.
I thought the problem was that if you were good, it killed you.
No, I think it's because I was an outsider. Good outsider.
The book corrupts outsiders, that's for sure. But Mitsu says, no, the book is intended to kill any good creature that touches it. So to touch it, you must have an extraordinary will.
But if I picked it up with gloves, it moved it. I could do that.
The residue of its magic might still affect you, I could not accept.
We got like a big old pair of tongs.
You already don't know when you try. I wouldn't recommend.
I mean, they have magic.
Wait, who here is... I'm going to do...
Also, the object could be cursed by the Cyclopses to begin with.
Yeah.
Detect magic. Detect evil. Does anyone hear evil?
Nope.
Hey, you got lines familiar. Oh my god, wow. It's alive. Evil things in
Okay, you detect two things for me. My actual alignment, which is true neutral, and another one, which is inconclusive.
You detect the Cyclops as evil. But that's because it's not that Cyclops.
You detect Sophia as evil. You also detect, floating directly above you, about 15 feet up. The ceiling is about, what did you say, 100? Something?
More.
Okay, so about, let's say 50 feet up. Yellow orb. Radiating you.
Guys,
Yellow
I believe we're being
Yellow.
right above us.
Wait, so our entire thing is going to use to hear all of it.
I think that.
Glowing yellow.
I will do a dispel magic.
Is it not invisible?
Golden.
You couldn't detect it, I thought.
For one moment, all of you see
how that works.
faint golden light just in like sparkles.
I see. They know we're coming now.
Okay, so I'll plan to sneak in as a necromancer with a no-go.
Yeah, no, we can't do that one.
Yeah.
However, we still can...
Does that mean dropping the dragon with a building is a no-go either?
Well, they can't really counter that, can they?
I'd like to add, Sophia is evil, so we can get her to grab it.
Oh, you
Wait, you want me to go in the book?
No, you can just grab it.
You want me to hold the book?
Also,
What else did you just do?
what do you have two alignments in Sophia?
No reason I thought so.
Okay, that's new. That's new.
I see.
Can you play Moki again?
It is a creature.
You
smack the eye and you feel the eyelid shut underneath your hand. And then you open your hand and the eyes go.
Shut forever.
Can I?
Do
Goes?
no.
Not.
Because I have a generational bloodline curse, which I do not want you to remove. It's part of my heritage.
And I can
Are
target.
you an aberration?
Is this the seed of evil corruption that you're trying to consume? Is it the second alignment?
The seed of...
It looks like it's coming out of him.
No, it's related to my heritage. I'm pretty sure it's related to my heritage, like 78% sure.
Can I try?
I would prefer you not to.
I would prefer I did. I will try to target the thing that isn't your generation. I'm sure it'll be far too powerful for me to remove.
Well, also, it's been tried before, and if you do it, it comes back. Sure. But, still.
There's no harm in trying. It's going to come back in.
There is something that out of Moki's chest starts to just, he goes from having a dark tan skin, suddenly his chest starts to like sift out something that is just black. Like he's from his chest and you see him spit little tiny bits of something, but it like emerges like a layer of skin on his chest and suddenly just sinks back in. You don't see eyes, you just see like a black ichor just emerge from his chest and then sift back in.
There is a curse inside of you. It doesn't.
Yeah, I know that.
It doesn't feel particularly powerful.
It didn't feel... It's less powerful, more just... revealing.
But I couldn't feel any generational curse. Right.
You remember when you beat the shit out of a phallic organ when you were fighting Vosk and Ray cut that thing to pieces? There was a tiny bit of that black cord that went into Moki. And you thought that you'd killed it before, but it's that same dark, reflective black color that something that had emerged from Vosk. A transferred curse, maybe, but then surprised it's not killed.
Your curse was never alive before.
No, this is... Near, go after I have a good sleep.
So how do we get rid of that
Yeah, after. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let me eat the fear within my enemies.
What does that mean?
And I can also spit out a dog.
Spit out a dog.
I think so.
A literal dog.
Yes.
Can you do it now?
Well, yes, I could. could, but
We'll be taking a rest.
Oh yeah, also, you were able to detect an evil aura in Moki's like little, like, basically leather patch because he's got a ring on him that's a moderate level demon inside, just on him. So you're able to detect that.
So your evil system.
yes. A little pouch that's on my neck.
Again, Moki, this is all very suspicious because you've been talking to your father. Which could literally be that thing.
No, that's a different voice. Well, it's not even a voice, but no, I only have two voices in my head. One on behalf of Frank Sanctuary.
Yeah, but is your father a curse as well?
I think that's some insanity I got from that. See it all.
Do you want me to move that?
If you could, that would be amazing. You can.
Well, I can. I don't know if I've tried this. I cast heal.
My father was screaming of listening. Thank you.
So there's going to be a pain to go.
Yes.
And you're unfortunately attached to it, which means it's definitely
No, my father can fuck right up.
Is that the thing that caused you to turn on us that time?
Yeah, you were like, I am the Wukong. And you died.
Yes, but I'm in control of it now. Or at least I understand
So that's definitely something we can get rid of.
No, you don't have to get rid of it. I control it.
In what way?
In the way that I control it.
You see, Sophia walks up behind Moki and goes, "It's okay. Well, you know."
See? Trust the evil little child.
And she casts, for the first time, a 6th level spell. She casts Heal on you.
Nice.
To also reduce exactly know what I
How did
did.
you even do that?
I am.
I think I'll have a nap.
I just have been bleeding from the eyes so
You're
much. I think
wait
I'm
till-
getting stronger.
That's
Like,
terrible.
like more blood loss I get, the stronger I get. It's
Terrible.
Well, you need to eat some meat then if you're having blood loss.
I've been eating a lot of meat. This is the first time I've been bleeding from the eyes, and I just tried to do exactly what Oscar did, which was nothing. I just
Oscar's
touched.
not a good role model. You let an insect god thing go inside her butt.
Yeah, but
Inside of my soul?
I seem to be able to like summon the same power
He
as
said
an
something
angel,
so
but I've
low.
never been
I don't know if he's in my
divine.
soul. I think he's around my soul.
We did find you as a temple.
He's more using my body as well.
Oh, well, like, you know,
You were worshipped as a god.
I was worshipped as a god. I never thought I had divine power. Now I'm using divine power like an angel inside him.
You are also the child of Marcus. And Marcus
Is that the man who grabbed me and
Yeah,
pulled me?
Marcus is in a reading, so he naturally has divine connection.
Also,
That's literal or like
I'm like a quarter divine or something?
reincarnation, like
No, probably
childlike
full of reading
connection.
as well.
You think he found another iridium and banged it out?
Well, you can't really be half a reading. You're either a reading or a rule. You're not an artificial reading.
But I died. I guess that doesn't mean anything.
You came back. Reincarnation is a thing for reading.
So maybe I was cursed because I was supposed to be like a divine person.
Probably.
And so they just hindered my ability for growth. And I've just been suffering so much that maybe growth's been coming forced through it or something.
Well, a reading are naturally sort of attuned to things that are around. So if you were surrounded by evil, you just naturally bring it in. And you became a sort of habitat. Which is probably what you chose here.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and that's why that book basically killed me. Like, it was flung into me. The Book of Evil. I wasn't ever carrying it, but it was embedded in my chest when when Jonathan lost his body for the second time.
That was when you became...
Right before you guys left, I mean, I was basically unconscious, but Mitsu said he pulled it out of my chest.
Just had to stand and kicked it.
Well, you do also have... It seems like your natural celestial capabilities from what I can tell, inherited from a phoenix, potentially.
There's a lot of...
You come back to life.
How many beings does Marcus have sex with?
You come back to life through flames, and Marcus is able to summon a phoenix. So to me, it seems clear that you are probably some charitable being from that exchange.
The Sisters of Silence, they called me the Daughter of the Phoenix. which I guess makes way more sense now, but when I was stuck with them and I could barely speak that language, I didn't really get what that meant.
Yeah, so it's probably that.
Well,
So effectively you have two powers inside of you. One of significant evil, and then one of your heritage, which is...
maybe good?
It's just celestial. You choose what you desire, but it's a measure.
So I'm like pretty close to Jonathan. I'm like Jonathan. Oh, why? He's the same as me?
No, he's different.
No, I think she's right. Jonathan's weird.
Jonathan is a creature that was, as far as I can tell, more similar to what I was, like almost an artificial.
I would say that it is. I was once human.
Something that was bound to the shadow plane.
So you weren't born blessed, like me.
I was not.
Yeah, but you know, Oscar's like killing bad babies. I think that there's a good chance that I was too weak to defend myself and something dark just took hold. Because I felt cursed my whole life.
However, I was born with a gift of dark magic. I guess similar in a way.
Maybe you weren't born with it, maybe it just like attached itself to you because it knew what you were going to do with it. Or could do with the opposite.
Something like affinities. Everybody has what they're good at and what they're bad at.
Oftentimes it's not. Sometimes it's related to your nature, but other times it's developed through your nature.
You hear, and as you've been talking, Mitso finished his ritual kind of away from you guys. It's been only 6 hours at this point, so 2 hours on Jonathan having a full rest. And you hear Mitso walk like from behind Sophia and hit you guys at your kind of circle. This has been...
Change all my spells now, because I
yeah. This has been.
Is that at least 2 hours?
So far, you have been talking for a whole 6 hours.
Cool. So I have a full rest.
Let's go.
I have some understanding of
What was the spell?
Right, you have to sleep for it. I need a rest.
I said that I was going to look at the spell to try to soul, right? Why am I surrounded by fright?
You said that so many times.
I'm a regular human like you.
I like you're an elf. Shit. You're not a regular.
Why am I surrounded by fright?
You're
as far as I'm aware,
inside of you.
this caster, the same signature that was on that scribe orb,
That's rather dark.
this Cyclops leader is in many ways just a very powerful wizard, but then there's some other curse ability it has which is almost as strong, which seems to be able to possess this thing. Like it has... Jonathan, do you remember the scroll that allows you to absorb the essence of people?
Yes, the divinity.
It has a similar feeling, like I'm just going to call it the Arcanist that was forming the arcane bond with this undead creature, was using some sort of version of cursed magic.
Before you said that, another detect evil. It's the Arcanist.
Your field extends. Nothing.
Continue.
Right. I'll do that every time now. We should actually have an artifact in the temple courts which could help us stop scryors. We had it in the temple courts because obviously that's where the council meetings were. Maybe moving it here is not a bad idea. Anyway, yes, so some sort of second gathering of its power. I believe necromancy plays a heavy part, but that could also be in part the Arcanists. All I can tell is that this caster has likely the ability to counter spells, likely has the ability to dispel spells. Obviously, we saw it can scry. The only thing I'm guessing it can also be likely is, if it has the abilities to scry, teleportation cannot be far away from its capabilities.
You can scry like multiple times a day.
Meaning that it knows exactly where we are, and there's likely a reason it has not teleported directly into this building. Just on the level of power I have assessed from the Psychopomps it controls.
So it's really also scrying on one of us.
Can you teleport without teleporting yourself to topple other people?
I can open a gate.
They probably don't want to do that because we get rushed through the gate.
The way my ability to move between places is loud, and I think all of things does sound quite...
Where does it lead?
I need to get closer to actually see the signals of magic. We are likely many miles away from my ability to locate, but I believe within 1 mile I should be able to see all signatures.
Interesting.
Alright.
I think we should definitely
Since we are about to get into a fight,
The city is well and truly over 70 miles long, so
I believe that we should go into a life pact.
a life pact.
Mitsu looks at you and then the rest of you with just confusion, like, is this something that's happened before?
It is a necromantic binding, which if anybody goes unconscious, will wake up on 1 HP. However, it will take from others. Meaning we will all share our life together.
Make it that it just takes from one person?
Everybody loses 1 HP and that person gets all the HP.
I think that's... I'm happy to join.
However, I don't think I can get past your magic resistance.
I don't need it, that's fine.
I definitely think you need it.
I definitely need it.
It'll be fine.
Fair enough.
That is
We'll
odd.
cover for you.
You could be completely non-resistant to magical means so.
Hit points
I
are
mean, you'll be
fine.
dominated and stuff, but
Yeah, I do. So I certainly feel like my actual willpower is
Yes, Mitsu immediately casts Dominate Person on us.
Oh, great. Is that an enchantment spell?
This is an enchantment spell.
Okay.
This is a DC 24. We will see if it will. Oh, it wasn't. Starcoms. Okay, that's very flimsy. You're in the middle of.
What the hell happened?
I was just testing it. It does seem like you are a bit weaker. Maybe then.
we're an archmage. Maybe he's not an archmage.
I'm pretty sure he's going.
I believe he might technically be weaker in terms of accurate skill, but I think there's a degree of power it has that I can't assess from its spawn, which is unusual, even for
The
necromancers.
spell's not as good as before, but it still does what I said. It doesn't go above 1 HP. It just takes 1 HP.
Sure.
It doesn't. Every excess hit points that it's lost is just lost. But it does heal negative.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so it recovers all of the negative to 1. That's what you're saying. Okay.
I mean,
But everyone loses 1 HP who has the spell triggered on.
I still think it's worthwhile. We did just find that I'm very easy to dominate. As funny as that might sound.
Yes, as an arcanist, that will be a problem.
Is there any sort of defenses or anything?
Did you include your rings buff on it as
Don't
well?
get dominated.
My ring, the ring doesn't do anything for me because I've already got a shake egg giving me a +4.
Okay.
So you are not right. Yeah, you don't even need that ring.
Yeah, just do what I do and don't be in front of the enemy.
Not that hard to dominate. And you have +4 from Shake Shack.
Yeah. My whole thing is punching people.
Yeah, just
So
do
you're
what...
saying your divine angel inside you literally isn't helping you enough to solve this problem?
No.
Welcome to the world of being a normal person.
It's rather pathetic for an angel. I'm just...
Hey, don't talk down about him.
You see a check you just like...
The shake egg is incredibly powerful in some aspects.
Just remember we need to be 30 feet, but
Stay within 30 feet of each other.
as long as we're 30 feet, doesn't matter how far away we are. As long as we stay 30 feet,
any of us affected by the spell, you'll heal by 1 if you go down.
Okay, what about if we're dealing with creatures with damage reduction?
Damage reduction? Yes, we have
Do we have ways of dealing with that?
Isn't Cerebral a really strong magical spell?
Yes, your artifact sword is.
I was sort of told not to let, the Avatar told me Cerebral should be a sort of, like, trick up my sleeve.
Yeah, if you find a creature with a sort of magical hide that you can't pierce with your fists, that's a trick up your sleeve.
There's a few things I can do, assuming we aren't going to be surprise attacked. As a master of transmutation, quintessence mastery is an ability that I rarely use.
Quintessence.
Think of it like godly control over the ground and the buildings, and I can basically remove a building.
We used to do
Yes.
I can remove it from existence for likely a number of hours or a number of days, depending on the size of the structure. It can be gone forever. I just can choose. It's pure control over these very elements.
Turn the building into air.
Well, I just go figure out what is there.
about everything.
I know you guys want to make home.
I mean,
Any countries do this with people?
the issue is that it's more or less a small area which I can continuously mold every few seconds.
So could you not just, if we find this building, could you not just turn it into nothing? Including everything inside of it.
It could be magically protected
I can
by the Necromancer.
remove likely all. I can turn a wooden structure to rock and make that rock sink into the earth.
Okay.
And then likely I can't make a book vanish, but I could make the entire infrastructure of the building not disappear, but become its structural domain.
Okay.
If the only issue is that Arcanist, I have the assumption that it has the ability to counter said magic, so if I can do it out of their purview, I would be able to be successful.
John, do you have any way of sort of moving a enchantment?
Abjuration,
I don't have that yet. Not yet.
Oh, great.
After I lost.
What if you could dispel things?
Fortunately, you're the only one to dispel things.
Yeah, I can't dispel something that's on me. If I can't have control of my body. I mean, I would certainly use it on you lot. But there's limits.
Well, if you're getting controlled, I can always possess you. Then take control of the control.
I see. Okay. You know what? If we get there, we get there.
And then when I possess you, hopefully then I can ignore the control and then give you back your body so then I can go back to my body.
And unfortunately, with the level of control I have, I can only turn myself into an undead and would likely be able to go unnoticed amongst their.
Well,
But
Also, are we expecting Darkmeat to be inside?
there's a chance that we're in the deck, but
No,
no.
you heard him.
Yeah.
So, does that not mean he might be there?
If Darky was there,
Alright.
would your siblings be there? And also, are they combat capable?
he just killed one of these.
He's a latest check.
Well,
Sorry.
Come back to life.
Okay, so you barely walk outside, and then you see Jonathan barely walk outside, and then you see the head of a dragon that has been reshaped just sifts with the front of Jonathan's body. And Jonathan just disappears into the dragon. Physically
As
remolding.
its body, as the inside starts to turn all black, as its eyes grow white,
The kind of the pale pigmentation of the bones become just black.
and then your skull shape to turn back into a normal fact.
If
You've got a little bit of like bone wings that slowly recede into your body as you walk back into the building.
she is actually strong
You got some.
in comparison,
That's it.
So,
as if life was more powerful,
Said at the doorway.
there were
I would take it Erica would be a lot.
Didn't really attack me very much.
so possibly 3 unique enemies?
We have none of that.
Yes. Shall we prepare?
I think we're...
I've got my robes.
Is there a magical two-handed weapon anyone can give me? Because I really want spear.
You can take a Perdition Soldier's spear. They are magical.
Oh,
Yes, they're flaming.
Well, what about this? You've learned it behind as some sort of... I think is that hammer?
Oh, hammer.
Polarity hammer.
That's just a meteor hammer.
This is
the monk weapon.
This is too weird. I can't wield this effectively.
I mean, it's a weapon.
Yes, but I will have a 95 or something.
This is not my problem. You need a weapon, I found.
I was
If I were to give him mine, I would be...
You're going to give him yours, but you've got backups.
I've got some perdition short swords.
Just give me I would
preferably a two-handed weapon. I excel.
I know you've got
my otherworldly
very long sword.
Cat, you're not using your second longsword. Give it to him.
Wait, just give him the spear. It's two-handed.
Cat, give him one of your spears, not your sword.
There's so many spears.
See, Cat throws a two as Aaron hands you a spear.
Immediately break.
It becomes fragile.
Oh, it's
would splinter up the frame. It's light metal, so
Have you thought about wearing gloves?
You're the most dangerous class of all.
Yeah, but if you're wearing gloves, then you can hold your gloves.
I don't think it would work like that.
If they're magical gloves.
Maybe you should just focus on using your claws.
My other memory of life, I didn't have them, and I was really good at two-handed weapons, and now I really like two-handed weapons.
Okay, wait. Try to attack me with your claws.
I'll have to get angry, and I only have a limited amount of that.
I can only get angry so much.
Look, let's hurry up. Where are we heading?
I thought Jonathan, you were the one who was going to be warping us. We have the map.
We just got it.
Is this spear just a flaming spear?
So
Where are we heading?
you see the one circle that Oscar has pointed to.
How's it command that one? So,
That one. Is that the furthest away or closest?
It is relatively the closest to you.
The spear is like the flint tongue.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a +2 weapon, and then if you crit, you get a d6 damage.
Let me do the maths on this.
Is it a flame burst?
To see how
That's what flame burst.
so it's a d6 extra 5 damage. You need to know the command word to turn it on.
What is the word to turn this on, isn't it?
I know the one for all my 6 daggers.
Yeah, so it deals
Assuming it's the same.
Deals an extra 10 points of fire damage.
So the word tells you the command.
Every attack is an extra d6 because it's a flaming.
Yeah, on a crit, it's an
Up on my back.
Extra.
So, okay, we get... So at a normal rate of... So what's the normal travel rate per hour to traveling to this area would be?
To travel to the area?
Yeah.
20 hours.
Okay, so this way it says 50 miles per hour while moving normally.
Yes. So basically the entire city lengthwise is about 75 miles. So you are only needing to travel about 35, 40 miles.
Okay, so what's that now? It's even quicker. Alright.
I'll take another travel right now.
I'm going to say 35 miles because it's on the closest side to you from the Jewel Hall Bazaar. And then you can travel through the whole bazaar if you don't mind.
Alright. This is cool. As Jonathan will start walking too near a shatter.
Wait, before we go, does anyone have a healing potion?
Yes, I have a few on me.
Can I take one?
I am currently fusing the dragon, so it's disappeared.
I've realized that sometimes when you're, walking for 40 hours, it's useful to have one in case you jump into a giant cave and traps inside.
Alright. Everyone on.
What's the problem? I thought you were this angel instead of you.
Walks
I wasn't
in.
supposed to use him.
So, from an outside perspective, the giant dragon walks into a shadow as it starts to meld into the floor.
Nice. Okay.
And then from our perspective, is once we enter the shattered plane, it just looks like a dark black and white corridor on the edge.
Okay. So you begin to walk into just pitch blackness. Right as you do so,
Well, at least the color's gone.
the color's gone. I think Jonathan might be the only glowing white object inside, right? Like your markings on you glow.
Yes, that would be the symbols of Jonathan's markings. But that would be, it's like trapped like in a cage because it's still in dragon form.
Good point. Mitsu walks with you, Sophia walks with you, Heron walks with you, Brolo walks with you.
Stay
That's
close
a mini army you've got.
and do not follow any wandering spirits around here.
Coincidence, all about
You
this fight.
did see Ray, but Ray went.
Ray didn't come.
Ray basically went back. You didn't hear him talk. In fact, he saw you guys, went away, and you're guessing as who talked. Moki being the only one who is aware of what Ray is doing. He has someone that he's protecting.
Yep.
And he was probably bringing that body back to this cathedral from where he left it to get people to look at it, because that's what he said.
And that took longer than 6 hours to wait.
Yeah.
You basically watched him leave at so as soon as you arrived, so that was 3 hours in, so it's been 3 hours and Ray has not returned.
Should we pick up Ray on the way?
You mean on the way?
You say that?
Ray on the way.
Darkness.
There's no on the way.
Stay close.
Where we are.
Do not wander,
It's so dark.
or you will be lost in this realm forever.
I can't see
On
anything.
top of you, Jonathan.
No, I'm talking to the others who decided not to ride.
Where is everybody?
So I'm here, Sophia yells and echoes.
Hold on.
Here, let me strike a torch. It's still dark.
You see, as soon as you strike the torch, a little burst of fire, and then it's put out.
I was gonna say the fire was colorless, and it's just like a weird white blacky fire. Sure, I think it's
Would you say that the sparks are kind of basically a what's it called? Discolored, black and white. What's the word?
monochrome.
Monochrome. It is a monochrome momentary flame before it is quickly sputtered out.
Okay, flames don't work here.
Sputter.
I can feel the tail.
While my dagger's lit.
And because it's a magical dagger, it is slowly producing every dull, barely luminescent,
Just no
white fire.
magical fire.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I'll join you. Flame on!
Tiny little white fire.
Here, my second match. Flame on.
What?
Flame on.
Why did dagger more fire in
Flame on.
God damn, I
Flame
can't.
on.
These are the walkways through the realms.
I have a flame on.
Now that you've all produced enough light, Jonathan says that. You notice as Imric has swayed his hand down to one side, you notice that there is in black, basically a bridge. Because you can see there's some sort of solid outline of darkness at your feet, and then to your right and to your left, there is seemingly like a less corporeal physical space. So like somehow you're standing on something, but then you feel or you see visibly with the faintest amount of light, there's less dark. Like the darkness is what is substance. And there's something else that's like slightly less dark than the physical darkness you're standing on.
So John, you're saying if we were to walk off this path, we would be lost forever?
Yes.
Great, I won't do that then.
And as Imric is like, oh, it's kind of like a bridge made of probably physical darkness.
In the old days,
No idea how that's possible.
Verena had these bridges covered in her light, being a guiding light to bring the lost back.
Is this considered a separate plane?
It is the outskirts of lanes that we traverse. However, if you get too close, you will be going to a destroyed plane. You'll get lost in the multiverse.
I feel really like I want to step away. I just want to. I'm not going to. I just really feel like I want to. Oh, God.
Well, if anyone gets trapped here, I can just teleport us out.
We've got 20 minutes. We'll make it there.
20 minutes?
Yes.
You hear Mitsu say, is there an opportunity in this place for me to be able to use my magic safely?
You can use your magic safely here. Just, I do not know the effects that will manifest.
Well, let's try as I try to defend.
I think that means it's safe.
Moki, what is your spell save DC?
Currently 22.
And what is it against the castle level? You roll
Yes.
You roll and then add your castle.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So, is it 20?
22.
So I need to roll a 2 or lower. Roll a 5. You are all affected with Bear's Endurance. That means a +4 enchantment bonus. This is mass bears endurance. +4 enchantment bonus on your constitution.
Fuck yes!
And
11 colonies. It's left for me to use.
Jonathan notices off the bridge.
What was it like seeing?
There is certainly multiple shapes, but they're like as black silhouettes as the bridge you're standing on, so somehow just blacker than the actual void around you. And you feel, or you notice for a moment, like skulls. You think you see close to 15 skulls in like a small area, and then they're just gone. They look like they were almost like in a row. And there was a culmination of them, and then it just disappeared. Like skulls moving all together, but you notice the faintest pigment of white deep in the dark recesses of the black off the bridge.
They may have been spotted by their sentries.
By their
There
sentry.
could also be another plane's awareness of you, 50-50.
Do you know what this smell looks like from the outside?
Which one?
The one where I'm walking through shadows.
Oh, we left the plane, so no. You can't see us.
How do you know that?
Well,
If we're between planes, there could still be a residue.
how should I say? The residue would be where you enter, where you exit.
Alright, I'll trust that.
In the first 10 minutes of walking, I have located both some distant aberrational presences and also undead presence. Just not near us, just their residue.
No, you need to save your spells.
More of a shortcut.
I will be.
And it's also very dangerous because we could run into spirits on the other side to attack us.
Okay,
You closed that part out.
you did. I would also like to mention.
Well, I knew it was being there for short times. It actually lasts for 9 hours.
Wow.
It's a long distance. If we are going to this place, and it is a trap, there are probably going to be a bunch of, actual base spell traps, that sort of thing. So maybe let Imric and I take the lead.
I should also take the lead.
You don't want my body
tougher
to
than
take
all
it.
of you.
The hits.
I would rather than not be activated at all.
Yes, and I will be able to dispel them with my reserves of magic if locating them is required.
You mean your 6 prepared to spell magic spell?
No, I could sneak in there.
But you can't change it anyway.
Are you sneaking?
No,
So how are you going to
Already used a
I
number
could
of 6-level spells, so my greater
That
dispel
seems
magic
like
will
a
be...
horrible
I've
idea.
only got 1 use. But normal dispels, yes.
Don't you need your spit inside of you?
not to be inside of me.
It's okay, you can throw up your dog onto a trap if we see one.
Well, it could be so. I'm also thinking instead I could do, just a giant slime.
It's 2 different, very different things.
It's fine.
I hope you get help at some point.
I am.
I will help you.
Me?
I will continue to cast heal on you every day until you're a different version.
Gentlemen, it sounds like we have hit an impasse. My spells will certainly fade.
Okay,
Will
which is...
certainly fade before I'm going to spend. Give me 1 minute with all of you.
John, do you want to do that life bond?
You see,
Yes, we'll do it now.
do that now while we are well and truly out of the line of sight. Imric, make a perception check to try and find that roof.
Oh, actually...
I will attempt.
Yes, yeah, okay.
And Mitsu begins to do multiple binding spell magics around you guys.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah,
but
don't...
There you are.
Actual also not the first time. Okay, this is for the soul lining?
This is life.
Great, so there's no save. Yeah, everyone just gets it.
You can choose resist it if you want to. I don't know, don't worry. You can die life
While
bond.
we're all sitting here for a minute. 8.
Oh shit. What's your spirit?
Okay, I succeed.
Nice.
Otherwise, I just would have done it.
That's 10 HP, right?
How much?
15 temporary hit points. So that's pretty good.
And now, Mitsu asks all of you individually, as ritual circles of abjuration and transmutation are surrounding you. Jonathan, you realize this. This is magic that is very, very old, like elven old. It is meant to solidify things in lore, Much like how you've seen Heron kind of used as magic. But it is bent in a very natural, elven, elegant way. Permanency on the 4 of you. So not all, not Sophia. Mitsu asks which of his enhancements he's done on you do you wish to be permanent?
The bad one.
The strength. The strength or the constitution?
Constitution.
Yeah. You can pick.
Can you do it to my charisma?
I
buffed myself, but
that was one that John cast on himself. I don't think he can do that.
You do it to my own, or is there only his own cast spells?
No, he can only do it with his own.
Okay,
you have to basically cast the spell and then use permanence.
That's true.
So you guys remember to keep track of the other time limit of the other one that you're not using in permanency?
Yep.
Oscar, strength or constitution?
I'd be really great if you do that. Tom.
No, but strength good.
He has a belt that gives him +2 strength.
I have a belt that gives me +2 strength, +2 gold.
No, but they're different modifiers, aren't they?
No, they're both enchanted.
As a transmutation wizard, you would have
He can cast the low level one. He probably has like the level 2 version.
It just means that there's a small chance both your strength and constitution will be gone before we start fighting.
Oh, that's okay. That's alright.
He does it. 2nd level permanency with the 5th level permanency with the 2nd level. And his last
Cat's dexterity.
Cat's dexterity.
Yes.
So to make sure to keep your time tracks on those, I will let you know if they fade for next episode.
That's 10 minutes, right?
Yeah. Permanency is until the spell.
Yeah. Alright, it's now 15 strength permanent.
+4 strength permanently.
You are working with the Archmage this time.
Yes, I can now finally stab someone for 2 damage.
Guys, my AC's finally at 29.
Official.
Wait, did he cast the dex one or whatever?
No, just a 1.
Because he really likes me.
Now, most of my mid-level reserves are gone. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that.
I will make sure to be your powerhouse support, if that's the way you want to call it. Anyway, as this ritual has happened, you literally only notice the smallest of a scaled green roof point. What looks like to you maybe half a mile away. Over a few proper buildings, what looks like maybe an education center. It's tall, but the roof is only just taller than what looks like a rubbled, what you might call like a White House style building. That is like basically in lengthwise blocking most of that roof.
I think it might be a building over there.
Pale green scales on the domed roof that is barely visible to you.
Should really head over there.
And when it points it out, you're able to just see the top of it. And you walk, destroy buildings, bones, charred corners of corpses. And you get to a point where even Moki, with a lack of perception, you're able to see the dull, reflective green of a wall piece of a wooden frame building. Rings of metal hold these stained glass windows together in this beautiful, wide display of an art piece that is basically in reverse, hardly visible to you from a distance from the outside, but would probably be very stunning on the inside. A short, maybe 2-story, circular wooden building, dark, and you all, under the assumption there is some level of stealth here, make your way to the edge of the building. That is where we will end the session.
Harder they fall.